go over for the board the kind of the procedures we'll be following. We're going to be interviewing the candidates. When we're interviewing candidates, we will, as a board, each of you will select two people. We'll tally those numbers. The top two vote getters there will be the ones we will discuss. Once we have that number, we need to pass the resolution to fill the vacancy. Then we will discuss the candidates. Then we will vote, and then we will pass the resolution to appoint the candidate. Vote,
We'll have to
yes.
vote. Motion.
Similar to the procedure that was followed when you were appointed to the board. Exactly the procedure. You're right. Okay, our first candidate, how are you?
I'm doing.
Charlene Upchurch Taylor. You're familiar with the procedure. You will have 2 minutes to make an opening statement. Then the board will ask you some questions. That'll take about 10 minutes. Then you'll have 3 minutes to give a closing statement. And Director Beck will be the timekeeper.
So when you have 1 minute left of your statements, I'll just flag that up for you. And then I'll just give you kind of like a sign if you're going over the 2 minutes or 3 minutes.
And in my opening statement, you want me to just introduce myself?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Whatever you would like to say to us is fine.
You may start.
Okay, my name is Charlene Upchurch Taylor. I'm a retired teacher from the East Moline School District of 38 years. I have been involved in the community in numerous things and held numerous positions. I am married. I have kids that have gone through the Davenport school system, and I also have grandkids. Some of the things that I've done with my job is I've founded and co-founded the 1x1 program, which has been very successful with students on the Illinois side. I've also have been involved in building leadership in the school system. I've taught drama. I've also taught student council. And so for the 38 years, I've been heavily involved in my activities. And then now I'm also involved in activities in the community.
Perfect. All right. So I have the pleasure of asking the first question.
Okay.
What prompted you to apply to fill this board vacancy?
What prompted me to apply for this position is I have a passion for students and their education, and that is very evident in all the 38 years of teaching. And then without going back through my letter of intent, you see how I have centered my life around students even after retirement, working with my sorority with a young group of ladies, Delta Gems, and growing and empowering myself, teaching them how to grow and empower themselves. Also going back and working with the 1x1 program still to help them when asked. I also proctor state tests on the Illinois side, and also proctor board tests at Palmer College now. So I'm constantly, this is my interest, my passion is education. My grandkids, as I stated, go through Davenport schools. My own kids have gone through schools. I am a leader, and I'm very much committed to community service. And I wanted to, instead of just complain about things, I wanted to be a part of the solution. And I believe that with my skills, I have the assets to help to be on the board.
What is one main goal or objective that you would like to see the board accomplish, and why?
One main goal that I would like to see the school board address is the equity. But can it be accomplished? Not this year and probably not the next year, but at least it can be progressed. And so I would like to see the issues of the number of students that are African-American students placed in special ed classes, the hiring practice for minority teachers, the number of minority students that are expelled and suspended. I definitely would see that as equity issues that need to be addressed, and I would love to see it accomplished. But again, that's something that cannot just be accomplished overnight. But I think through training with the teachers, your programs that you have, and the training, that these things can be eliminated.
What do you see as the opportunities and challenges in our district?
Opportunities every day is you have the opportunity to make such a difference with students and touch their lives. And you also, with the issue that I said that need to be accomplished, you have an equity coordinator and you have an equity innovator. So that shows that you are on the right track to addressing some of the issues that need to be addressed. And those are the opportunities that I see within the district. The challenges, was that one too on this one?
Yeah.
The challenges is definitely COVID-19. That has put a big struggle against you because you have teachers that are stressed, you have at home learning, you have students that, I just think about my own experience as a teacher when you trying to get kids that are not motivated to learn. And then you have students that are sitting at home at a computer for those that are not coming back and you still, that's the gap that is going to widen even more, the achievement gap. So I think that's a big concern and a challenge for the district is keeping students up to par, not widening that gap anymore. Definitely monitoring students because I can also see the number of students that are at home and parents are watching. There's no one watching them, but they have no choice but to have their child at a computer. And that definitely is a challenge on how to address that with the students. I think that's about it on that one.
What is your perspective on the financial status of our district?
My perspective is that it's challenged right now because you have you have things that have come up within the district that has not been planned for, and all of a sudden you're put into your ingenuity program. You're waiting for funds to come in for the federal government. You are, the taxes and it just people are losing jobs. So you have students that are coming in and going. That's all affecting the income. So the financial status, as far as I'm concerned, is challenged at this point. Is it in the red? I can't say for sure. I cannot state that, but I do know from COVID-19, I think everything is experiencing a challenge.
With 3 to 4 meetings a month,
Microphone.
with 3 to 4 meetings a month, all school boards are limited in what they can do. How does or should the board decide what's most important?
I think the most important should always be is the safety and the concern of your students, your staff, and your administration. So anything that comes up concerning the health of the environment of the school should be a number one concern. But then also in protocol, as far as meetings, you have an old business and new business. And as long as that old business, I think you would prioritize the old as far as what is in immediate need and as far as what's new coming in. That's the information that you have coming in order. So I think that that's how that would be addressed, but always what is the most prominent in need for the healthy and the safety of the students, the staff, and the educators, administrators, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Okay.
Bruce. That was the last question.
No, I don't have a question.
Now, do you want me to introduce the closing statement then?
Yes, you
Okay.
can now have your closing statement.
You have plenty of time.
Okay. I hope that I'm considered for the board. I do believe that I have the knowledge base, and definitely I'm a lifelong learner. I believe in trying to learn, and so I believe that when I would come onto the board, I would take on the challenge and also give the time and commitment because I'm retired. So, and I'm hoping that you would consider me for all the things that I have stated, as well as my background in being involved in the community, because I do believe that I bring the community to the Board of Education. And also with working with youth, I believe I have ideas from that. So I do hope and pray that you consider me for the Board of Education. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Is this my water?
Yes, yes. We
Is
don't
that
want to
it?
keep the same bottle there every day.
I didn't know whether I take it or if I
It-
don't drink it, does this stay?
If nothing
leave it
else, you at
share.
least get a free bottle of water.
Okay, all right, thank
That
you.
thing's super delayed.
Oh my God.
So where do your grandkids go to school?
My grandkids go to school at Truman. I have one that's in high school, and she's a sophomore. And then I have one that is a fifth grader, and then one that's a kindergarten. And I guess that's another one of my concerns. Can I speak on this?
You've got about a minute.
Probably have some time, but
Yeah.
at the kindergarten, he's 7, and then he's getting ready to go. By the time he's going to be at homeschool, by the time he comes in as a first grader with going back to school, probably by the next fall year, he'll be 7. So, how does the district address those issues of those kids that normally, through a structure of being in a classroom, sticking to the right, the protocol of the classroom, how do you address that? And although I'm sure my grandson won't be a problem, but with some kids who don't have the structure in the home, I can see that as an issue, how they're addressed with coming back into a school setting, and they have not had that, especially because he'll be 7 by the time he comes back, and there's probably others like that. Just out of concern. But
Thank you.
That's them. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sure. Well, do you want to do? Are we scheduled for 5 minutes in between? So yeah, by the time
Yeah,
we're
but
right
if
on
we've got
time.
somebody out there, let's.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's
Yeah.
move through.
I mean, we can't get too far ahead, but
Yes, we can.
sorry you weren't here.
We'll give a little longer supper. Karen, would you want to put a bottle of water on the table? Thank you.
So is it okay if next time I go to, do you want me to do the closing statement or introduce the closing statement?
If you would like to do that, that'd be fine, because you're
Okay.
the timer.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be a natural flow.
Yeah, and I'm just putting 15 minutes and keeping an eye on it. Okay.
Hey, we're still getting recorded, just so you guys all know. We're still being recorded. We're live and in charge.
I couldn't hear you, Dan.
We're still live.
Yeah, I know.
That thing's delayed though. It keeps messing me up. Like I'll look and then it's
Yeah,
you.
yeah. She's done talking,
Yeah.
but she's still going.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't look at that and still focus on.
Yeah. You got a great smile there, Bruce.
Hmm?
You got a great smile there, Bruce. 13 people are watching.
There you go. 13 people. We're inundated.
Alrighty.
Doing well.
And you need to speak into the microphone, just press that and it'll turn green,
All right,
okay?
thank you.
Well, I want to welcome you. This is the Reverend Jimmy Reed. Our procedure this evening is you'll have a 2 minutes to make an opening statement. Then the board will ask you some questions, and then you'll get 3 minutes to make a closing statement. And Director Beck will be the timekeeper.
So when you have about 1 minute left of your opening statement or closing statement, I'll just flash that up there, and then if you end up going a little longer, I'll give you a sign and we'll roll to the questions.
All right.
You may begin.
Okay, well, of course, my name is Jimmy Reed, Reverend Jimmy Reed. I'm been a community activist here in Davenport for about 20 years now. I've been in the community. And I'm a guy that love education, love to see our kids do well and see the school do well. So I've been in a number of things here in Davenport and around the state of Iowa. I served in different capacities. I even served on the advisory board one time downtown, diversity board that they had one time. Can't believe who the mayor was then. So I'm just glad to be here to get this interview, to hope that I'll be able to serve on the school board and to help the city and to help this board to make good decisions, good sound decisions.
Perfect. I'm going to ask the first question also.
Okay.
What prompted you to apply to fill this board vacancy?
Well, I brought my little notes just in case I might forget
Yep.
something. If y'all don't mind. Well, I've been thinking about being a part of the school board in the past. I've looked at the different things that the school board was doing in the community, but I didn't see an opportunity at the particular time, so I thought this was the perfect time of the passing of the former board member, Mr. Mayfield, condoling to him and his family. So I thought this was a good opportunity that I could come and try to make myself available to do what I can to help bring to bring what I know to the school board and to this community.
Okay.
What is one main goal or objective that you would like to see the board accomplish and why?
Well, I'd like to see the board work together and continue working together to support the staff and employees and parents and students of the Davenport School District. And why would I like that is because I would like to see the goal accomplished so that the parents and students as well as the staff of the district can feel secure and open to communicate and discuss any issue that they might have.
Thank you.
What do you see as the opportunities and challenges in our district?
Well, I see the opportunity to meet new people, to work with them, and to have the opportunity to listen to the concerns and the issues of, and try to help work through them. And I see those as opportunities being on the school board. I see me as a person that can, that I have people that in my church that works for the school district, and I hear a lot of things that take place, and I believe there's a lot of opportunity that I can help solve some of these things by me being who I am in the community. Some of the challenges I think are just short and brief. Since this COVID-19 has taken place and has impacted our community, I see a challenge of getting students back to school, keeping them safe and healthy, and the challenge would also be a concern for the parents and staff that we would be able to work through things along with, I guess, the superintendent and other people to try to help make sure that these kids are back and make sure they are safe along with the teachers.
What is your perspective on the financial status of our district?
Well, I'm not fully aware of the financial status of the district. I do believe that we can set goals and iron out any wrinkles or anything that goes on, and we can continue to have a smooth ride. If there be any financial issue, I believe that the school board, along with the other people, can. I believe that we can sit down as mature people and work through them.
With 3 to 4 meetings a month, all school boards are limited to what they. I did it again. With 3 to 4 meetings a month, all school boards are limited in what they can do. How should the board decide what's most important?
Well, as I pondered that in my mind, as I looked at the different things, around the district and around the community. I would gather all information through our community link with the school, and once I got all gathered, I would group it together according to the guidelines, the district, to see what is rated as zero tolerance and what is tolerable. Incidents that are zero tolerance would be first, in my opinion, and as well as anything that jeopardizes the safety and the well-being of someone within the district and in our community. That would be the first thing I do. If it was something serious, I believe that important things come first. Not that everything is not important, but I believe according to the guidelines, there are some things that need to take precedence over others.
So now you have a few minutes, about 3 minutes, or actually a little bit more time, to give us a closing statement. So tell us anything that you haven't had a chance to tell us yet.
Well, in my my letter of interest that I sent to the school board, I think I stated there that I think I can bring some integrity. Not that the school board don't have integrity. I'm talking about I think I can bring my integrity along with you guys, and that we can be able to communicate well. And again, like I say, me being out in the community like I am, a lot of times I think I can hear a lot of things and then come back to the school board and say different things. What I've heard, I know quite a few people, teachers and all, that's here in our community. So I believe that I can bring that communication integrity back to the school board, and that we can all share together, that we might become together as a group of people that can enhance and make the school board, make the school district and the community excited, and people want to keep the kids here in the Davenport school system, because we know, as we all know, that a lot of people leaving, going to Bendorf and different places, and so we want to make sure that we try to keep all those that are here within the district of Davenport, so that we can, the district can continue to move to that next level. So, with that said, I think that's all I have right now.
Thank you very much for coming in tonight. We appreciate it.
We're good.
Yes, thank you very much, sir.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. All right. Thank you all for having me.
You can
Thank you
take the
for
Thank
bottle
you
of
for
water.
coming.
Yep. Thank you for coming.
You dropped your glasses. No, right down on the floor. Isn't that, what's that on the,
Oh, no,
that's
that's
an
all right.
That's not glasses.
oh, that's an outlet. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
He needs those glasses.
You need your glasses.
By looking over there, it looked like it,
Yeah.
yeah.
You kind of zip through that.
We've got a few minutes before the next person's scheduled to be here, so we've got a couple minutes
Yeah.
before the next person.
Want me to go see if they're out there, though?
Mary must
Mary just went out there.
Did he didn't take it or open it, did he?
Oh, I just put that one out. Put a
She
new
just
one.
put that one out.
Okay.
Yeah.
I told him to take it.
You're still alive.
Do you want me to go see if somebody's out there?
I think Mary just went out there.
Oh, I thought she went
Did
that
she?
way.
Which way? I don't know. I thought she went out
You
there.
want since you're right hand and you're done, thank him.
No, well, I was just busy writing.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, they can-
Where did these come from?
I got them for us.
Oh, thank you.
I thought that would be a nice thing to do on Monday, our first real meeting without clients.
I like it. I'm comfortable.
Monday,
Maybe we
right?
didn't
We're
do
wearing a
red and
Monday?
blue.
Yes.
Monday.
Monday? Okay.
Yes.
Oh, I forgot to turn off my timer.
That would have been a Blue Devil thing, wouldn't it? You know, what was up with you in that Blue Devil shirt?
For Clyde. That's what I wore that for. It's a running joke. So I'm a Wildcat and he was a Blue Devil.
It's about 10 minutes early.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, keep it
Sure.
moving.
We're I think we're only about 5 minutes
Yeah, so-
early.
So
Yeah,
they gave
we're
me
not-
the
we're doing
shirt.
all right.
I told him I'd wear it.
Oh, that was nice.
Yeah, I
Nobody's
talked to his
taking-
daughter last
nobody's
night.
taking
Mom
15
for a
minutes
while.
to
They were
answer.
trying to set up-
I'm kind of surprised actually.
To do what?
They're trying to set up scholarships. The
Um,
Clyde Army.
I don't think so because we're
Are they doing
recording
that through
and
the
it's
foundation
online.
or
But she's coming back now anyway.
something totally separate?
Okay.
That's okay. Right there, yep.
Thank you.
that's the hot seat.
And that water's for you.
Oh, thank you. Although I did bring a bottle.
Okay.
I'm always prepared.
And if you
Okay, thank
feel comfortable, you may take off your mask if you feel like that's more appropriate, but you can keep it on too. We're
That would
fine
be
with
nice
that.
because I'm asthmatic and this is painful with the humidity. That's it.
Oh,
Alexandra?
we need to show the mic. There you go. It's on.
Yeah,
Okay.
Oh, okay.
the procedures we'll be following is that you'll have 2 minutes to give an opening statement. Then the board will ask you 5 or 6 questions. Then you'll have 3 minutes to give a closing statement. And Director Beck will be like a timekeeper for us, okay? So whenever you're ready, we'll start.
All right. Well, I've lived in Davenport my entire life. I always like to joke as well that I was the idiot 18-year-old that ran for city council last year. I've been an active member of my community forever. My grandfather was on the city council. I worked with the AMVETS and DAV. I worked with my grandmother in the Humane Society. I've always made an effort to try and do my best to make change. And I went through the Davenport School District myself. I actually went to Wilson Elementary. That was the best years of my life, mainly because during that time, I did not live with people who treated me good. School was my refuge. My teachers were the best part of my life, and I remember all of them so fondly. But as I grew older, I got more politically active in everything in general. And my biggest goal for everything is just to make Davenport better. My family's lived here for generations, and I want to make a life here, and I want to live here. And tomorrow starts with our children and our students. So that's my biggest passion.
Okay. What prompted you to apply to fill this particular board vacancy?
Again, kind of with what I was talking about in of that I have always made an effort to work in the community, to try and improve things, and to generally just help the community thrive. I pride myself on being able to work with people from all sorts of backgrounds. I won't go into too much detail, but my family and I are very different politically, but I know how to be cordial and civil with people who I disagree with a lot. And I think that just I bring also a perspective that is sorely overlooked and not had anywhere else, because I'm not sure if you are all aware of this. I am 19 though, and I recently went through the school district, so I have a perspective of really rather a freshly graduated student.
Thank you.
What is the one main goal or objective that you would like to see the board accomplish and why?
I would say my biggest goal is to see public trust restored, because a lot of what I've seen when I speak to people is that unfortunately the community has lost a lot of faith in the district and the board, which I think is heartbreaking. And there's a lot of facets to go into that. It's not a singular problem. But I think that the biggest objective I would like to see is to restore faith and confidence in the community with the district and board.
Thank you.
What do you see as the opportunities and challenges in our district?
Well, one of the challenges I would say is kind of similarly to what I was just talking about. A lot of the public does not trust the district. They have a rather negative outlook. And that is challenging when it comes to getting the community together to work together on issues. But I think that one of the greatest opportunities is that Davenport and the Quad Cities in general are a very tight-knit community. And when we work together, I mean, in the wake of the Drake show, or the Midwest hurricane, whatever that thing's called, seeing communities and neighborhoods come together and working together, that is an amazing asset in our community. So I think that one of the greatest opportunities that we have is to utilize that to further advance everything for our students. And yeah.
Thank you.
What is your perspective on the financial status of our district?
The biggest thing that I would say is that that is one of the key issues that's led to the loss of faith from the community. And I'm not gonna lie, the financial stuff I'm not too familiar with. I do know that it's not an easy issue. I know that it's not simple to fix, but hard work to be done will fix it. So
Thank you.
With 3 to 4 meetings a month, all school boards are limited in what they can do. How do or should the board decide what's most important?
I think by listening to the community. Again, one of our greatest assets is the community. And the teachers, the students, and the parents will tell the district what they need. And that's how we figure out what is most important, by listening to them.
Sorry. So now you have some time to give us a closing statement and tell us anything else that you want to let us know.
I guess in my closing statement, I would say that I've spent a large percentage of my life so far, considering I'm young, working to make the community better. And I'm always looking for opportunities and ways to do that. I know that there's a stigma around young people, and not a lot of people want to take the chance on it, which is something that I think does need to be changed, and something that I'm hoping that by all the stuff that I do, I show other people my age that it is worthwhile to be involved and to listen and to be engaged. So I appreciate the opportunity to come here and speak to all of you, though, and I look forward to hearing the decision you make, regardless.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lance. We appreciate your time and your sharing your thoughts with us.
Thank you.
And you can take the water, if nothing else. You get a free bottle of water. Thank you for coming.
Have a good night.
You too.
You too. Thank you.
Oh,
What?
we're way ahead of time. He's not due till 6.
Oh.
That's why I went about the letters. I knew we had plenty of time.
Yeah. Well, maybe I'll read them now.
Yeah, I read them.
Mary, you're doing a great job. Appreciate you. Especially getting all this done.
I just gonna see if he's out there, and you all have a nice long break.
It's okay. We have to read these letters anyway,
Okay.
you know?
No, that's okay. Go get it, because then we can read them, because then we'll have a long lunch hour.
Oh,
Right.
okay, that's fine.
Yeah, I tweeted like my post that trying to be in this. Hey, I have to see me. When you start to get old, you get to see what you look like. Hey, that's cute. Little wings.
Yeah.
What is it? I don't think he got it. No, he didn't. Oh, that's not what I want either. Where is it at? It's down here. Oh, then he invites me to office fundraising. You won't even respond to stuff shit, but you won't respond to me. I don't see it. Let me go to my page and see if I can find it.
No, I don't like being spaced out like this anymore. I got those cords right underneath my feet right here.
Yeah, because usually you're over a little bit. That's quiet. But quiet is that?
Yeah. Oh, Karen's been restocking them.
Yeah, she took over that job.
Okay.
We've just, it's easier just to send everybody away with their water,
Oh, okay.
even if they don't drink it.
You might want to just like mention to everybody when they're done, that they can go to the district website under school board and watch it live, because you'll be making a decision tonight.
Oh, yeah.
She was saying, well, I wondered when you all were gonna, decide.
Oh, yeah, it's this evening.
Did you tell her? Okay. All right. I didn't know if you just had
No,
said you
I
overheard
didn't.
it from
I
far
told
away,
her too
or you.
bad, I'm not gonna tell you.
Linda, how many people signed up when you were appointed?
It was about
Like 6
5 or
something.
6 of us.
Okay.
Did talk to Molly last night and told her to call Lisa Cruz.
Okay, great.
So I told her that Lisa would probably be expecting a call from her.
Okay, good.
Thank you for that. This thing not work?
Why didn't they have a Christmas tree up in the HR office?
They have 2 of them over there.
We've been out of school since March, not December.
Well, see, that's stay ready so you ain't got to get ready.
That's interesting.
Break.
You have to turn it.
No, you got
Oh, we gotta take the thing off. It's just,
Oh, that
it's
was-
fresh. Those are the kinds of things that are handy to have, because then you can put them back on.
Yeah.
And take
Yeah.
it somewhere. Yeah.
For those of you that are watching this online, our next interview is scheduled for 6 o'clock.
How many are?
Now it's 11.
Can you do it right up here? The trophy shop?
Yeah.
Somebody decided to go out for pizza. Now it's 10.
I think I should clean just like I would normally, or should it be
I would almost
the
do
recognition of that?
I would do like I normally do, but just put the dates in there. From whatever to whatever.
Okay.
Was that August 4th?
Or just put the year, 20, whatever, to 2020.
That's a great idea.
Yeah, it is.
Maybe at the bottom put forever, leave that one.
He's still up on the screen and he got up and walked away.
They had a little delay.
I know.
I was like, he's still sitting there.
But be sure and turn it
That's something.
Yeah, I heard about it. I heard about it.
And then I wonder too, his name. Yeah, so, okay.
Because I think Jules back in
I turned the recorder off.
Indiana or something.
Don't forget to turn it back on.
That's what she said.
Hey, Rose, I'm in a meeting. Can I call you back? Okay, love you.
Can they cut the YouTube feed too, or can they just go to a black screen, or they keep that rolling too?
I don't know. Got 11 people now watching.
Hey, when you do that, it makes you think it was back in the day when they put that thing in their ear to hear. I think of that every time.
Oh, the
you do
big,
that. Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Oh, the old fashioned like.
Yep, yep. The horn of plenty.
I need to eat some of my dinner. I will not drink my entire bottle of water as soon as I get here
Well,
tonight.
it appears we're going to have plenty of time for you to.
Mm-hmm.
So, they can have that.
Well, and I guess the nice thing is, even if we get a little ahead, this is all being recorded, so people can still
Yeah.
watch it
Yeah.
later.
Yeah.
That's my only concern is that, but if,
Like family might be going to tune in to see their relative.
yeah, or something
Yeah.
like that,
Current section.
If she called first thing in the morning.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe. Especially now. Right?
That's crazy.
you could just roll out of the screen if you don't want to be on TV the whole time.
Thank you, Mary, for not having onions put on that sandwich. Because I didn't want to breathe onions in here the whole time. I'm like, oh, this is good.
Yeah, I thought, no.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's out there, but he's just taking a minute to
That's fine.
prepare.
You should have brought cards. You could have played cards in between. Quick hand to euchre.
We just had somebody cancel during that slot, so. Bruce suggests I might be nice to have.
That's fine.
We're losing viewership. We're down to 9. There were 11.
Hello, Timmy.
Good evening. She threw me for a loop. Asked me to come on in. I had to.
You can take your mask off.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
That shows you how nervous.
It just
I-
turned on.
Microphone's on.
That's fine. It's disconcerting. Yes.
Okay.
Procedure we're going to be following is you'll have
Microphone, Bruce.
2 minutes to give an opening statement, then the board will ask some questions, and then you'll have 3 minutes to give a closing statement. And Director Beck is our timekeeper, so she'll let you know where you are on your time, Mr. Kelly.
Right on.
It's been a long time.
Yes, sir.
I know. Yeah. You may begin.
My name is Timothy Bernard Kelly. Most people just call me Tim. I am a talker, so I'm gonna try to brief. A little bit about myself. I guess I don't know how to sum up me. I've been silently doing things in the community for so long that that this opportunity just presented itself at the right time, that I decided to jump into actually getting involved more with the community level as opposed to the things that I've been doing on my own, because my mom trained me that if you do the work, you don't need the recognition, and I didn't. So I was just always doing what God asked me to do or what I was trained to do. So that's a little bit about myself. I'll leave it to that, because if not, I'll just go into all these questions that, and once again, I'm used to interviewing, so it was interesting to get the questions up front, because I was like, okay, how do I limit that time? So,
Well, we wanted to make sure everybody had the same opportunity.
For sure, for sure.
So I am going to ask the first question. What prompted you to apply to fill this particular board vacancy?
So once again, being a community member that has always been doing things like I've dealt with the homeless youth, the GLBT youth in the Quad Cities, the homeless vets, the people who have survival sex for over 14, 15 years. So I have a buy-in with people on the streets already, but it's like I wanted to take it a little larger on a mainstream scale of actually being on a board that allows me to work with families and students, more people that may need my advocacy and work that because people seek me out for help. But if I'm actually seen with somebody, they can actually be like, okay, that's where, let's go find him. But normally they either have to look me up on social media or go look for me through my mother. Or so.
What is the one main goal or objective that you would like to see the board accomplish and why?
Well, creating an atmosphere for the Black and brown and the LGBTQ and a lot of the kids that are bullied, because sometimes those are the kids that will not go out and reach out for help. So with that being said, I that's always been a passion of mine, because kids they're so impressionable that they do things that they really don't want to do, but they'll do it just because to get along. You know what I mean? So if there's somebody that has a voice, you don't have to do that. You don't have to sleep with that person. You don't have to go over to that person's house and mow that yard just so you have a meal where they don't actually give you money. You know what I mean? So once again, just being on a larger scale than myself would really help me to help more folks here in Davenport.
Thank you.
Mr. Kelly, what do you see as opportunities and challenges in our district?
Well, right now, the coronavirus, I see that as an opportunity and a challenge. The opportunity is, how do we collectively in 2020 bring our students to a position where every student can, if there's a choice to stay at home to learn, they can actually stay at home, because a lot of people don't either have the Chromebook or internet access, or 2 or 3 kids are trying to do homework off of a cell phone. So how do we get everybody to a level that if staying at home was what they needed to do, it could benefit them to stay at home and still learn at the same time? I could go on and on.
That's fine.
But I think that is right there. Like I said, it's a flip side for both. That it could be a challenge and it could be something. I don't know.
Thank you.
What is your perspective on the financial status of our district?
Well, when it happened, I agreed with that. So, my perspective is, I think all the kids in the Scott County area should be allotted the same things that some of the Bettendorf and Pleasant. That's, how far is that? Is that even 5-6 miles? You know what I mean? So it's like, what is the farthest school east? Farthest school east would be the McKinley. So McKinley into Bettendorf, because I went to McKinley. So McKinley into Bettendorf, why wouldn't you get a lot of the same choices and same privileges that the Bettendorf and Pleasant Valley kids? So I don't know much about it. I tried to stay up with it, but I was so on board with it just because I grew up going to Davenport Community Schools and I loved it. And it was a trying time, and it was, how can I put it? It was a wonderful experience, but there were things that I feel like I missed out. But then I grew up in an era where there weren't social media, there wasn't cell phones, so I didn't have all the things that deter me from my learning. If I deterred myself from learning, it was just because I was just being ornery. You know what I mean? So did I answer? Because I agreed with it, but I don't know a lot more. I know there's a financial strain, and I know there's things that you guys have to work on, but not knowing all of the ins and outs, because the meetings that I attended, there was only so much information that I got to be privy to. So.
With 3 to 4 meetings a month, all school boards are limited in what they can do. How does or should the board decide what's most important?
First and foremost, what affects the kids the most. So we would definitely have to work on what affects the kids the most and what's most important to the kids. And then we just have to work our way from there on down the line of all the needs that are make sure that they're attempted or trying to be met.
Okay, now you have some time to tell us anything and everything that you didn't get to tell us yet, or that you think we should know.
Well, once again, I want to thank you for the opportunity to just be here. But like I said, my hope and dream for this is to be on a larger scale because I have buy-in already with kids, teenagers. I would want to use this in the aspect of the families because if a kid is in need, 9 times out of 10 the family's in need as well. So it would be a great icebreaker or transition for me if the kid is already familiar with me and then I would ever have to speak with a parent, you know what I mean? So I would want to learn from you guys and your expertise how you guys are dealing with parents outside of the board meetings and the issues that you come up with. But that's what I really would take from this is just being able to expand my advocacy and being able to be a resource for the Black, the brown, the GLBTQ, the bullied, the kids that are contemplating suicide, to let them know that it does get better. You know what I mean? So I have a huge vision of what I would like to do for myself and would be able, if being able to be on the board. So I don't know. Once again, I'm a talker, so I can go on, but I'll limit myself because I know there's others.
Well, you got
But
time.
Tim, thank you very much.
No, thank you.
We appreciate it.
Right on.
Don't forget to tell them to look online for later. We'll be making our decision this evening, so you might want to tune back into YouTube
Okay.
later on.
Okay.
It
Thank
wasn't,
you.
not everybody knew when we were going to be deciding.
Oh,
So,
I didn't.
yeah, well, now you know. So we have to, after we interview everybody, we'll make our decision.
For sure.
Yeah.
Right on. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Will you turn
Thank
that
you,
mic?
Timmy.
Never mind, it turned off.
Huh?
You're good.
It's off.
Never mind.
Oh.
Yep.
Oh, because I backed away?
Yeah.
Oh.
No, I think it's on the timer
Yeah.
because after so long, it turns off.
Oh, okay. You guys have a good evening.
You
You too,
too.
thank
Thank you
you.
for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Thanks.
I think Joe turns it off.
Oh.
Or if he's ever back.
It's 6:40.
So now we don't have anybody till.
I was going to tell him that, yeah.
You want to call Jamie and have him come down?
Our next interview is scheduled for 6:40. So we'll be taking a break. To our viewers out there in TV land.
We got 10. Damn, we lost.
Mary, do we want to call anybody and ask them if they want to come in a little early?
Could see if some of them had phone numbers on their letters, some didn't.
Oh, okay. Well, don't worry about it. If they're, it's
I mean,
fine.
I can,
Nah, don't worry about it, Mary.
You
I don't
probably
wanna
should
make
just
it
announce
unfair for
on
anybody.
there If anybody.
Yeah.
We are running ahead because they're watching. I guarantee you.
I've got Jen's number, if you want to call her.
I don't think you should make changes.
No, we'll just leave it. It's fine. I think you're right.
Is this feed gonna stay on the whole time though? Does the YouTube, is it still recording or does it get paused?
We've never not, well, I guess since we never break. I just don't want anybody that tries to get in and then they can't get in, you know? So I better just keep it running. He's already got his sandwich.
Yeah. Be back at 6:40.
Yeah.
With the little clock.
I was gonna say, don't sit on the screen.
I was just gonna ask Joe if he can like put anything up that says break or something.
Yeah.
For people. I know. Did you bring cards?
No. I used to have some in the lunch pail at work.
How long ago has it been ordered that Trump had to turn over their tax returns? And he's just not making a deal to turn over.
It's been a while. At least 3 years.
No, but it was ordered maybe a couple months ago. No, I don't think it was that long ago. No. 'Cause they ordered it in the Supreme Court that he did. He won't do it. Well, Barron was arrested today, or Bannon.
Allison, did you have damage to your house?
No. We actually got pretty lucky. We've got some dangling branches, but and like all my flower pots cracked, got blown over and cracked, but not all of them, but some of them. But nothing major on our little block. And up the street,
Where do you live? Essex?
up at the top of Essex, right by Forest, there was a tree on the wire until they were like the last people to get power restored, I think. But it looked like it didn't fall on a house. So I think all the houses, the only one I've seen in the neighborhood that was
When he
really
came in, I
damaged
never seen him that nervous.
is on McClellan, right before Middle, or right near Middle.
Yep, that's friends of ours. It was on
With
their
the
car.
truck, the black truck.
Yeah.
Yeah, I drive past that every day, and they just got to it
Yesterday,
today.
we were over taking pictures.
Yeah,
Yeah, they had
that
to
was the only one I've seen that was major.
get a crane in and
Yeah,
take it
I
off
saw that. I drove past it in the
the
morning.
house and the tree,
Yeah,
and it was a neighbor's tree. It wasn't even their own
yeah.
tree.
Well, so did the house sustain much damage?
It's got 3 holes in the roof. You know, it's Nancy Geezy, Bruce. Nancy Geezy, her house. The neighbor's tree fell on her car and the house. Put 3 holes in the roof.
Yeah, it was hard to tell from the street, but the car was crushed.
Had to have a crane come in to pick up the tree. Yeah, it was bad.
Oh, apparently I forgot to turn off the timer. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got lucky. And I think I think pretty much around the neighborhood, almost every house other than that one was pretty much okay. It was just power and tree damage.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
How about you, Bruce? Do you lose trees or power?
Look, we didn't get power back till Saturday night around 9 o'clock.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Wow.
So you came back from vacation for that.
Yeah, we did. But we didn't have any damage other than Alex and I planted a tree about 3 years ago.
Aw.
So he sent me a picture of it, because he was at the house over the weekend. And he said, Dad, what do you think? I said, it looks like it's kaput.
Did he at least clean out your refrigerators then?
Well, my father-in-law, we came back Tuesday. The storm came through about 2 o'clock or
Monday.
so on Monday.
1:30ish.
So we came back up Tuesday. By the time we got there, my father-in-law had hooked the generator.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Yeah, he's a farmer. He had a generator. He wasn't using it. So. But Al had taken the tree and put it back up and put like a stake in it on one side and then tied it to the fence.
Oh, so it was literally all the roots and everything had come
No,
up
the
with
roots
it.
didn't come out. It just like
Oh.
at one point it bent over. It snapped here, but this half
Was good.
It's bent. So it's still, now it's sitting up there straight, right? I mean,
Yeah.
it's a dead man, but the leaves haven't lifted yet.
Actually, it might be okay then. Although I had the same thing happen with a branch on a small tree a couple of years ago. We had a tree taken out in between two houses on a hill, so it took 3 days of people in the tree to do it. So they damaged this branch, and it was hanging like this, and it leafed out for 2 years. And then this year, finally,
Boom.
it's
Yeah.
not leafing anymore.
This is always, this'll, even if this would somehow heal over, it's always gonna be a weak spot on that tree. I have to make sure though that I have it down and gone before he comes. He comes home every 2 weeks from Cedar Falls.
Well, I would have thought the young trees would have survived better because they're still bendier than the older ones. Our young tree, we planted one to replace that one the same year. And I mean, it's pretty tall, but it's not big. It's still, you know, and it was like, but it didn't, nothing happened to it. So
It's amazing to see the trees that have fallen over, and from the outside, it appears really good, but when it falls, it's just rotten the whole middle of, yeah.
that's why we had to take that one tree down. If we hadn't, this storm would have caused it to basically crush our house or our neighbor's house. And their house is way bigger than ours, and we can't afford to fix that.
You wouldn't have
I
to.
know, insurance would
But
do
yeah,
it,
you're like, oh, sorry, neighbor.
yeah, exactly. But yeah, this one had just a small bit, but we had somebody look at it, and they were like, yeah. And once we could cut it down, the whole inside of the stump was rotten. Yeah, it was so sad. But yeah, there's one over in Lindsay Park, by the playground in the village of East Davenport, and the whole tree is down, roots and everything.
Oh, yeah.
And, you know, I mean, it's not on anything, the playground's fine.
Yeah.
So it's not gonna go anywhere, but. What about you, Karen? Your house okay?
We're without power for 12 hours, but we're on the end of the line, so we've had a generator for a long time because we know we'd be the last fix. Lost power for 12 hours. I lost one branch and pretty much all the pears off a tree, but it was nowhere near my house, so
Yeah.
yeah, it wasn't bad at all.
Where do you live?
You know where Our Lady of Victory Church is on Division? I live over in that area.
I've probably seen it.
My parents, the house behind theirs, pine trees fell in the power lines, and when they cut the tree off, of course, they let it fall in my parents' yard, so we had to clean up their that mess,
man.
but, and they were without power till Wednesday, and my sister till Thursday.
Okay.
And you know how, okay, we're pushing MediaCom? My sister had been without MediaCom for 2 weeks, so I said, hey, we can't start school if
I know.
MediaCom's not up and moving.
We have fiber optic, and it's fantastic. I mean, it doesn't work without power, because you gotta have a router, but the lines never go down, so.
Is it MetroNet? Is that what you went to?
No, we went with Geneseo Communications,
Oh, okay.
and they are amazing.
Uh-huh.
And they were the first ones to put in, and we got in right before the city, like, put a moratorium on it, I think. Or maybe, no, it was right after they allowed them to, you know, remember there was a brouhaha when people were starting to put in fiber network, but, we've had it for quite a few years. We had MediaCom before, and we were not happy with it at all.
Yeah.
I mean, their service is amazing. So we noticed a slowdown in our internet service, just sort of around the same time. But it's been a couple months this summer, and we're like, well, we are using more bandwidth and things like that. But we had upped our bandwidth in, you know, April because we were all working at home. So it shouldn't have been that. They came out and looked at it, and it just turned out that our router, you know, was at the end of its life because we've had them for a few years. They replaced it, no problem. Every time I've called them, you know, I get a real person who fixes my problem. And the guy who came out was the same one who installed it. So, you know, they don't have a lot of turnover.
Yeah.
And I really can't say enough good things about them.
Well, my sister, because she works for home, at home, so this week she's been over to our house to use our Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
So we laugh when she comes in the house. Oh, our employee's here.
Well, we bought one of those Wi-Fi, what is it, the whole,
Like a Orbi?
yeah, except it's the Google version.
Okay.
Because at Costco you can get 3 and the router, or the, you know, the home point plus 3 spots instead of just 2 is the same price. And so sometime in the next couple of days, we have to call them and they switch the router to be able to accommodate that. But that's our only issue, is that with those old houses, the walls are thick and it's hard for internet to get to the corners. So hopefully that'll solve that problem, and then, you know, we can work anywhere in the house without losing anything.
So out there in the farm,
Apparently they're listening to us on
I
break.
feel like we wasting time.
My husband just texted me. Just-
something's off.
But my husband can hear it.
It's still 6 of room. Live.
I thought he turned it off.
We'll turn it off.
It's if you walked across there and maybe he muted it.
No, my husband just texted that he could hear everything I just said.
Oh.
He goes, "I'm sure Jen's expectations were up before you put this in."
The whole world knows about your
Well, all 13 people were tuned in.
At the time, it was.
Yeah, just basically.
Oh, well, and one of them was my house.
Yeah, I was gonna do it, but it just
I told him to tune in so that the baby could see me,
on my other stuff.
because he was gonna be in bed by the time I get back. I didn't realize they were still.
Well, I figured since our mics were off.
I know. I knew that this was on. I figured they would have turned it off. Oh well, that's okay. I didn't say anything.
It's like a little reality TV show.
I know.
We wasting way too much time. He come to the phone, open the fire. And I asked him what was wrong, he said my dad was my ears.
That'd be on live. It'd be on 6.
I'll have to go back and look and see if I can find it.
I was gonna say something about 6:39.
Oh, I didn't even set my VCR, my DVR.
For what?
The convention.
What?
The convention.
Oh, you can't do it on phone.
I didn't sign up for it.
I got mine. Next week.
No, I didn't. Said to do it.
Picked up on all this sound.
No, I wish it wasn't such a long week. 6:40.
Well,
Did you have any storm damage?
My limb on a pear tree and some pears off of it, but it wasn't even close to my house. So it was sad to lose all the pears, but
Better than having to fix a house.
yeah. And I was without power for 12 hours. But we had,
12 hours.
yeah, we had a generator, so
Oh,
my refrigerator and freezers were all good.
3 days. 3 days.
2. Then I got the incident.
Did you get that green door hooked up?
Mm-mm.
Did you get a ring doorbell?
Yeah, it's on the table in the box.
We got one this summer. My husband, he loves all those gadgets and stuff.
I haven't done anything with it. I took it off starting, and the screws weren't long enough, and I went and got it and never reapproached the project.
He likes to watch the deer come through the yard.
Not the trees and stuff like that. Who's the protection where they use it? You incident. Yeah, they got
You know, I seen someone had like probably about that wide, and it was maybe about that big. Just kind of odd shape the way the tree was, and shellacked it and varnished it and made it into the most beautiful clock.
So I told him, I was telling him that, well, you're friends on Facebook. You see all the projects and everything you do. You should put all that stuff on there. Well, I'm making a butcher block countertop, and I'll make 2 of them. So we'll see how that turns out.
It's hard with the new pages we cut down. We asked the guy to cut us like the discs. It's hard to keep it from cracking though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen some of those clocks cracked.
Yeah. And then my parents had an oak tree. I said, okay, we'll cut these, because ours were like this. We had, we go to pick them up, they're like this. I'm like, a little bigger than I wanted, but so we're hoping they don't crack it because they're bigger, but I doubt it.
Yeah.
Crack.
Well, if you get them, if you do whatever you're doing, you get them. They got epoxy you can use too, and if you do that, it'll help like seal it
To
all.
hold it
Yeah.
together.
But you gotta let them drop because you gotta get that moisture out of the center before you can
Well,
do
there,
anything.
so there's one, because I do a lot of woodworking, so I do drop it back down in the same video. So they got this one you put on there, so it sucks all that
Sucks it out,
out.
yeah.
And then you do, it's
And
like
is
a
it-
2-step.
Like a Cabot product, is it?
Yeah.
Cabot, yep, because I looked it up too. And
I'm not that creative. I have to buy my things ready made.
Actually, you have to follow my wife on Facebook. She's the one who puts all the
She really does.
She's always, hey, I get a picture? Can you make this? Yeah, I can make that.
yeah, thank you.
How's Pops doing?
So he's having surgery on Monday.
Next week?
Yeah. This
Where did I think he had something this week?
So he was supposed to. Well, his kidneys aren't working, so they got him on a catheter. And there's a bunch of blood and stuff in there when we were over there for the weekend for a birthday party or no, her sister came in town from Des Moines. And I was like, man, it looks kind of weird where they took him. His kidneys aren't working. Because he has a kidney stone and stuff, so he has to have surgery, something's blocking it, so they're not. So, but they pretty much said they had quick. Otherwise, the kid needs to totally shut down. So, and he just got to feeling better. You know what's wrong with him? He thought he was dying and everything. Goddamn potassium. Low. I said, you start eating bananas. So, well, the problem is they take him to doctors, and then they just think, oh, you know, and they put him in there and get pumped with fluids and stuff, and he feels good, you know, and they say, oh, you need to be home then. Well, then he goes right back. So they took him to Trinity this time, because they worked in Iowa City, Muscatine, because they were in Muscatine. They took him to Trinity to a different doctor, and he did a couple tests, found that, got him some, changed up his meds and stuff, and he was real pale and grayish looking.
Came back.
Yeah, came back.
That's
I
crazy.
seen him
Why
over
didn't
the
they
weekend.
just do a CBC or something and see that it's potassium?
So I seen him over the weekend. I'm like, damn man, you look a lot better, you know. So, and then they sent him to the doctor because she's getting all the way to Muscatine, pick him up and then take all the way back because her mom doesn't really drive. Well, and I got to put an alternator in her car. So I said, I'm going not to be just drive all the way to Muscatine
And then come on back. But if you got the car going, she could drive.
Oh yeah, yeah. So, well, and he asked me about building a ramp on his deck, so to get him out of his door. Well, in order to build him a ramp, his deck's 37 inches high, and for every inch you go every foot. So I gotta make a 37-foot deck, or I mean ramp, right? It's like $2,000 just for material. Oh, and I'm like, man. I'm like, and I'll do all the labor for free. So I was like, well, I'll get one of my buddies to start donating some material. But that way he can kind of get out of the house and do some shit, you know. So
With all the people you know anybody have wood projects or stuff that they have left over?
not treated. Well, I hit my one pizza shack because some cancer fundraisers and stuff. And I always have to do it. I'm like, you might have to throw some money my way. So I can't do this. But,
You don't have to do dialysis or anything?
no, not at this point. Now her uncle, he got kidneys through a kidney transplant.
Both two?
No,
Or
just
just
one.
one?
Yeah. And like 10 years to the day, it went bad and he just got another one. And then his body started rejecting like a couple years later, so he's been on dialysis like crazy.
I just know somebody who just went through one. She got a heart 10 years ago and she got a kidney transplant.
Yeah. My grandma had open heart surgery, like where they cut you here all the way down your leg. And I think it was like 10 years to the day, and then she had to have it again. It was like no shit. They said 10 years. Wow. I was like, man.
I'm sure they took it and took an artery out of her leg and redid it, patched it up.
Yeah. And then,
Mr. Kirk had that down too.
what's that?
Mr. Kirk had that down too.
Did he?
It's been probably about 10, 15 years. No, about 19, 12 years.
Did you guys get the schedule change? The wedding committee is going to get not this Monday, but next Monday.
Unless she sent it out there.
Oh.
It wasn't there at
She was supposed
3:30.
to send it. She was supposed to send it out. I'm meeting her tomorrow for the locations. I'll talk to her.
So how many of you people you want to
We're gonna do 6.
6? Wow. Of the 4?
Huh?
Of the 4?
Well, we'll probably do. I do the 4 for a couple, depending on where. And then we're gonna tie a couple of legislators in too, just on.
I had a situation. The one went up on Marquette and Kimberly, but she changed the spot on it. So as compensation for doing that, she's gonna put 2 of them up on the 31st and put the other 4 up on the 14th. I got mine too. I would do
We're
it.
gonna be doing don't know when yet, because I told him, like, no, because I was just meeting with the police chief and I let him go into all that, say all that stuff.
Do you know if they're gonna put those mailboxes back?
I do not know. I was just at a meeting Monday night, we were talking about.
Did they take them out of Davenport? The way the postmaster general or whoever that guy.
They were gonna
in charge
stop. They
is-
weren't gonna do anything more, but the day before, they had already took some.
Right, but they're not going to put them back either, but he said, the guy from DC
Yeah.
that did all this, he said, well, it was in the paper today. And they had said, we're not.
That's all.
Well, so I got a debate with a guy on this, and I said, look, you can have medicine mailed to you, you can get your check mailed to you, everything. You don't have to call, receipt this, they're gonna toss it. I said, dude, there's a way to track it. I said, did you not know? Just like you can get a package from Amazon, you can track it, right? Oh, I didn't know. I was like, just look into this stuff. You ever hear back from Bob? You ever hear back from Bob?
No, and I just tried to call him
I
again.
did too when I stepped out. You know what I
Just
mean?
get his machine. Well, I called him the first. I kind of left him a message about what was going on with our meeting, so maybe that's all he wanted to hear.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Do you vote by mail? I never.
Yeah, I do. But I always, I might be out of town and stuff, so yeah.
I thought you show up in person.
I do too. I'll start wearing rock throat shirts to meetings. Oh,
But can't you vote ahead of time down at the property
At the
law?
same.
yeah, I've done that.
Yeah. I can do that.
Usually when you walk in, it's Kathy Folkers and the first one, I'm trying to remember the other gal's name. I know them all, Roland and all, just, like, oh, I'm like, it's Blossom, and like, yeah, go on back. Alright, thanks.
There's only, what, 4 of them down there?
Yeah.
Did you watch any of the convention last night?
Every night.
Yeah,
I put that on Facebook, all 19 minutes of it. Now, I put a post on there if you're happy or something with the way things are now, just scroll past it. But if you want change, look at it.
The best is like, it's tweeting. What's going on? They know you're watching.
I just told Jenner once the rest of the board members come in, get started.
Hey, Jenna, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Hi, Jenna.
Hi. I forgot to go to the restroom.
Hmm?
Forgot to go to the restroom.
Now.
Now.
The water is yours if you want it.
Okay, thanks.
It's your parting gift.
You guys will be voting tonight? Okay.
Yeah.
I guess I have to stay up then.
Although it's been going really fast, so.
I've been watching at home.
Tune in early, it might,
Yeah.
be
Yep.
done. I think we're supposed to go till like 8:55, the
I
last.
saw that, yeah.
So it may be earlier than that if people keep moving that fast, so.
I thought she was too. We had 20 minutes.
Go.
I'm wearing a thinner one Monday night.
Yeah, me too.
See, I pull mine off because some people read lips.
They've been sitting there since March.
This Mark? Are you gonna keep that up?
Well, no, that was what was in the from the one I used to have. Because I went in there today to get some basket. I just do it. Yeah. Oh.
Do we need Joe to change that, or does Mary?
Just a stack.
Are you?
It ain't me.
Okay.
Like I get a real strong sense of seriousness.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay.
Jenner.
We're now ready to reconvene. Our next interviewee, Jennifer Keeley, is here. Jenna Keeley. The procedure we're going to follow is you have 2 minutes to make an opening statement to us. Then the board will ask you some questions, and then you have 3 minutes to do a closing statement.
Okay.
And Director Beck is our timekeeper.
Again.
So we are ready whenever you are.
Okay. My name is Jenner Keeley. I'm the mother of 2 children who have graduated from the Davenport School District. I'm a family navigator with the University of Iowa Child Health Specialty Clinics. I work with families who have children with special needs involved in our state's early intervention system. Working with families, we develop a plan to best meet the needs and meet the health and educational needs of their children so that they're ready to enter school. And then also for 5 years, I volunteered as a treasurer's payable for the Davenport Central Band Orchestra parents. I believe the board needs to listen to the needs of our teachers and support them in the classroom for the remote learning with a clear plan for moving forward based on science and the data from our local leaders. And I'd like to be a part of that. Okay. The first question, what prompted you to apply to fill this board vacancy? The same thing that prompted me to run last fall. I feel like my experience of being a social worker for the last 20 years in our community, working with families and children, and a lot of times in an educational setting, allows me to have a unique understanding of what our community needs and our challenges.
What is one of the main goals or objectives that you would like to see the board accomplish, and why?
So there's a few. I think the board, I think the district should start 100% online this fall, and that's not an easy decision to make. But I think the risk of sending our children to school full-time is too high. I'd also like the district to successfully complete the corrective action plan as outlined by the state. We have a unique population and diverse population here in Davenport, and we need to make sure we're given equal opportunity for all to learn for their education.
What do you see as opportunities and challenges in our district?
So
one of the opportunities is actually because I think we have a unique and diverse population that we serve. We also have a really dedicated and supportive teaching staff. Many teachers I've met along the way, just in general, and then with my own children's education. So many teachers have gone above and beyond in our community for my children. I also think that Davenport can choose to be one of the safest places for our children to learn. Our current challenges would be completing the corrective action plan and the fact that we are still unequally funded as many of our neighbors.
What is your perspective on the financial status of our district?
It's my understanding that the board asked for a waiver to be given so that we didn't have to repay the additional monies that was owed, and that was granted. But Davenport still faces a dwindling population in our schools, which leads to less funding. And we are also funded at a lower level than many school districts around us. Really, we need to set up a sustainable budget so that we can look forward to future success in the Davenport schools.
With 3 to 4 meetings a month, all school boards are limited to what they can do. How does or should the board decide what's most important?
By listening to our community's needs and what the district's big picture items are. One of the things I learned from running from before was that the board has to deal with the big picture issues. There maybe are some things that are presented that maybe could go back down to administration and that they could deal with those issues themselves.
Thank you.
Okay, so now you have a few minutes, quite a few minutes to tell us anything that you haven't told us yet or that you want us to hear.
I just want to reaffirm my commitment to the students and those that support our students' learning. It's crucial for our school board members to balance student achievement and the directives of the budget and make sure that we work to close the achievement gap. Although it's obviously there are difficult times ahead and we're in the middle of difficult times, the audit definitely emphasized that Davenport teachers in this district are committed to our students, and we have high-level teachers here in our district. And I feel that we can meet the needs of all the students here in Davenport, and I really do want to be a part of that.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks.
And if you want to go home and listen online, because we'll be making our decision later this evening.
Okay, yep,
Thank you.
okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hello.
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 Hello, Joan.
Hello.
We're pleased that you have applied for consideration for this position. The procedures we're going to go through this evening is you're giving about 2 minutes to give an opening statement.
All right.
Then the board will ask some questions, and then you'll have 3 minutes to give a final or closing remarks.
All right.
And Director Beck is our timekeeper,
Yeah.
so she has the little signs.
All right. Thank
So
you.
whenever you're ready to begin,
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
My name is Joan Moorhead. I come to you as a Iowa relocate. My husband and I moved to Minnesota about 5 years ago, and we returned 2 years because I just couldn't stand the cold weather. While I was there, I served on the LaPorte School Board and was very active in strategic planning, in World's Best Workforce, in the operating referendum that we attempted to pass. The first one failed. The second one was we working on a capital project levy, which was much more fair-based, and it applied across the board increases instead of just our residents that were year-round. I've also been very active in policy book and policy maintenance for our district there. I was very involved in school safety and health for our students and staff. I was with our superintendent. We implemented ALICE training through the Hubbard County Sheriff's Office and through our BRIC, which is the Bemidji Regional Special Ed. We incorporated ACEs training for all of our staff there. The adverse childhood experiences for preschool through our 12th grade, and it's in full swing now. I've also served as a special ed area consultant there in Indian education. I was very involved with at-risk social and foster families. 60% of our students there were fostered. I was very involved in developing and bringing to our school community projects the mental health, medical, and food shelf and clothing into the building, which they have now. I've completed all 4 Minnesota State training for school board members. I was the chairperson for negotiations for both certified and non-certified staff. I also was very active in grant writing. We secured the one-on-one Chromebooks for all of our students. I was involved with the staff and student disciplinarian, as well as working as a middle school and elementary teacher for Davenport schools for 19 years and 11 years in other districts, for a total of 30 years as a teacher.
Okay. Perfect timing.
Thank you.
What prompted you to apply to fill this board vacancy?
I wanted to add as an educator's perspective to the decisions that are impacting our students and staff throughout our diverse system. I've worked in various schools in the district, including Madison and Hoover, which is now a preschool, all the way from Eisenhower, so I've seen the extremes. I spent the majority of time at Williams teaching 6th grade and then 7th grade science. As a taxpayer, I'm very familiar with the struggles that have gone on with the Davenport district over the years. My husband and I have 3 students who have graduated from the Davenport community schools. And as an employee for over 30 years, I've seen some wonderful things happen in Davenport schools, and I've been kind of sad over some of the things that have happened. But the board and the superintendent has been very good in leading and getting us back on track.
What is the one main goal or objective that you would like to see the board accomplish, and why?
The main goal I would like to see the board accomplish would to provide healthy and safe learning environment for all of our students. The reasoning behind this is because in March, the COVID-19 hit, and many of the students as well as parents, I'm sure, were really taken back by it. And it's so important now that we provide a safe and healthy environment for our students to come back to, for our parents to feel comfortable in, and for our staff especially to feel comfortable in.
What do you see as some opportunities and challenges in our district?
Well, there are endless opportunities. The main opportunity that I see for our district is to improve equal educational experience for every learner in every building, that all students have the same opportunities across, no matter which school they're attending. I think that we need to work on improving communication with the positive things that Davenport School has to offer. There are some wonderful things that unfortunately teachers are not known to brag about too much, and so the public doesn't hear about it, or the board has made some wonderful movements, and sometimes communication could be better. So I think that would be a good opportunity, especially with all the social aspects that we have now. I would like to see improved graduation rates in the district across the board for all students. Another thing that I think would be really well with opportunity would be to improve our accountability to our taxpayers, so they're seeing exactly where money is being spent, and that money is being spent on our students to improve learning, to prepare them for the world-class education that we know that Davenport schools can offer.
What is your perspective on the financial status of the district?
Well, there are many tough decisions that the board will have to make to bring the budget back into line. I served in LaPorte as the treasurer on the board, so I am somewhat familiar with school financing accounts and how money is to be spent, how it's regulated. And I think that there are limits on the way money can be spent. And my experience in LaPorte was within 2 years, we made some pretty tough decisions. And we were able to bring things back into line within that 2-year period. But I think as a board, tough decisions are going to have to be made, keeping in mind that the student's best interest is our priority.
With 3 to 4 meetings a month, all school boards are limited in what they can do. How does or should the board decide what's most important?
Well, first and foremost, the most important thing is our students. We're here to serve them and to prepare them for to be lifelong learners and to be successful in their lives. That's the number one thing. We also are responsible for providing healthy and safe work environment for all of our students. I think that has to be a priority. And of course, a balanced budget has to be a priority.
Thank you.
Okay, so now you have a few minutes to tell us anything that you'd like us to know that you haven't told us yet.
Well, I want you to know that I am retired and more than willing to put in the hours that are needed to provide every student in Davenport with the best education possible with the funds that we have legally to use. I also want you to know that I can bring a pretty good perspective of being a classroom teacher. I've taught second grade through high school, so I have quite a broad spectrum of things to look at. As a board member in LaPorte, Minnesota, I also had the opportunity to go in and observe different lessons and get a good feel of what how poverty affects kids. I saw the ACEs training being used, and if it's used effectively, it's wonderful. That restoration component, and instead of being punitive with kids, I have a good insight for that. I think that would be beneficial to bring to the board. I think it would be beneficial, the insights that I could share with you on a positive note. I'm an extremely positive person. I'm always looking for the good in kids, the good in teachers, the good in buildings, and ways that we can support that. And I think I would bring that to you as well as to the Davenport district. When we moved back a year and a half ago or so, I signed up to be a sub. I had the pleasure of working as a guidance counselor out at Walcott for a long term. So I have that aspect. I also have a degree in psychology. So I'm a pretty good listener. I'm a team player. I am not an I person. I am a team player. And I value everyone's opinion. I may not agree with it, but it's important to listen to what everyone has to say because all of us bring something special to the board, and I could fulfill a very special niche for you folks if you choose to invite me in.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
And we very much appreciate your applying and your coming in this evening. If you want to if you want to go online, because we will be making our decision this evening.
All right. Thank you very much for
You're
your
welcome.
time. I appreciate it.
Thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
Thank you. You can take the water bottle with you.
Oh, thank you. A gift.
Our parting gift.
7:20.
For those of you watching, our next interview is scheduled for 7:20. We are running ahead of schedule.
Mm-hmm.
Ken's here. He's coming in.
Oh, okay.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hello.
I hear you're ahead of schedule. How did such a thing happen?
We're blessed.
People are not talking a lot.
Our fast talkers.
Yeah.
Well, Ken, you're our next man up.
Thank you.
The procedure we're following is that you'll have 2 minutes to make opening remarks. Then the board will ask questions, and then you'll have 3 minutes to do closing remarks. And Director Beck is our timekeeper. Okay, and so you may begin when you are ready.
Just give me 1 second, please. I've just left another meeting and I'm. Thank you. Good evening. I'm Ken Crokin, and I thank you for inviting me to speak with you all tonight. First and foremost, I want to acknowledge your service to our children. I know that all of you are juggling jobs, family responsibility, other community commitments, and to be here. So on behalf of a grateful community, let me just say thank you. Before we move on to your questions, I thought it might be helpful for me to address some of the unique issues related to my candidacy. In other words, perhaps the questions you might be too polite to ask me. So, first, as you know, I am currently a member of the Scott County Board of Supervisors, and I suspect I may be one of very few, if not the only, elected official before you tonight. Therefore, it seems that appropriate that I should bring that fact forward and address it up front. So, although serving on 2 boards may be perhaps rare, it is not all that unusual. Indeed, my colleague on the Scott County Board of Supervisors, John Maxwell, is also a member of the North Scott Board of Education. So this would not be a first. Nonetheless, it is fair to question why. And among several reasons, I'm offering to complete the unexpired term of the late and indeed great director Clyde Mayfield is to draw a sharper line between your mission of education and a critical county function, juvenile justice. I believe that these are nearly flip sides of the same coin to my way of thinking. So greater cooperation and collaboration between the schools and the county would be time well spent to my way of thinking and a great service to our children and the community in general. My goal would be to help bring these 2 organizations and these 2 critical community functions closer and align our great missions. Next, I want to, yes, ma'am. Am I done?
Your 2 minutes. 2 minutes are up, but you
Okay.
will have some time at the end for closing statements.
Sure,
So
that's
hold
a
those
fine place
thoughts.
for me to stop. Okay.
Okay, so I get to ask the first question. What prompted you to apply to fill this board vacancy?
Well, timing, and timing. I have applied at this time because
now is the time when you invited me to do so. But there are two other issues that have my attention. I believe that the current condition of the Davenport schools and the importance of completing that mission successfully is so very critical that it requires community-wide attention and interest. I have no children attending Davenport Community School, but I am deeply invested in the community and the role that the schools play in our future community life, economic development, all of which is critical. So while I believe that I can bring to this table a big picture perspective, if you will. That is to say, I'm not committed to any particular issue or side or faction that currently the existence of that sort of sectarian approach to education in Davenport has created a negative image for the school district. And I believe I can help bridge those sides because I'm not on either side.
What is the one main goal or objective that you would like to see the board accomplish and why?
I would like to see the board re-envision Davenport Community Schools. Sadly, I believe its mission at the moment is, excuse me, not its mission, its image, its brand image. And again, you know, recognizing I've been in marketing most of my adult life, I view most problems as a brand issue. I no longer want Davenport Community Schools to be perceived as the educator of last resort. If you can't open and roll your way out, or if you can't afford a private school, this is where you go. I believe that is a woeful miscategorization of the value of the Davenport Community Schools, and I want that image corrected to reflect the numerous advantages of an urban education and in general and Davenport in particular. Specifically, I don't know how much you want me to go into this, but you know, specifically the size and scope of the Davenport school districts is such that it is best positioned within the region to offer a variety of pedagogy and educational approaches that others are not. You know, it's an ill wind that blows no good to someone. And one of the things we've learned over the last couple of months is that some students actually blossom under online education. Not every student does well in a classroom setting, straight instruction. I believe this school district has learned a great deal over the last couple of months about interactive education and online education, and should be in a position to offer the students that I'd like to think one day will open and roll their way into the Davenport schools to take advantage of that. One example might be the Creative Arts Academy, which I was very involved in early on. I'll stop there.
What do you see as the opportunities and the challenges in our district?
Well, I've just touched on some of the opportunities, but there are more. Davenport, I believe, unique among all the school districts in this region, is is in a position to produce what I would like to call world-ready graduates. That is to say, I want and I wanted and achieved for my own children an educational opportunity that put them into contact with a wide, diverse community of fellow citizens that they could learn to understand, cooperate, collaborate, and work with. I did not want for my own children to go to school with students that looked and acted exactly like they did. I wanted them to learn how to get along with a much wider world and to understand it and be prepared to deal with it. That's an asset that Davenport Schools has a unique opportunity, and sadly, I think it's always been portrayed as a challenge. Too many languages, too many different ethnicities. I don't think that's a negative. I think it's a positive, and I think we should literally market it as such, and have our children benefit from the circumstances that are here for them. Again, the Creative Arts Academy becomes an example. I've worked on the board of the Putnam Museum for many, many years, and there is, and I'm sure I'm not telling you something you don't already know, but there are children who will never succeed in STEM education by sitting in a classroom. They must put their hands on things. They must touch. They must manipulate. They must experiment in ways that a straightforward classroom setting doesn't allow. So Davenport Schools has unique access to the Putnam. It has unique access to the Figge. It has unique access to the Adler and all the other amenities that I think can enhance the educational experience and make it successful for many.
What is your
Hello,
perspective?
Mr. Poston.
Hello, how are you? What is your perspective on the financial status of our district?
Well, obviously it's challenged, but again, none of these issues, I believe, are separate. It's all connected. I believe taxpayers will embrace and support that which they perceive to be of value, that which they perceive to contribute to the future economic vitality of the community. I don't think we've made that pitch successfully. I think so much public perception is focused on Davenport Community School District as a liability, as something that, and our letters to the editor would support this perception. It's something that isn't worth the investment that we've put into it, and that perception needs to change. It is unfounded, and it needs to be corrected. How did I do, Allison?
You're-
On time.
You're
All
close,
right,
but you're
good.
doing well.
With 3 to
Hello,
4
Ms. Hayes.
Oh, hello, Mr. Pumpkin. With 3 to 4 meetings a month, all school boards are limited in what they can do. How does or should the board decide what's most important?
I've served on many boards and I've worked with many boards. And I believe the boards that are most effective are the boards that focus on governance and not administration or management. I believe that the Board of Education should establish a strategic plan, specific policies, measurable goals and accomplishment, and then hold the administration to account for achieving them. And if we can't trust the people in administration that we have hired to accomplish the goals we have set out for them, then apparently we've hired the wrong ones. And maybe we need to go back and revisit that. But it is, as you point out, Linda Hayes, the board cannot be managing day-to-day operations of a school district this size, and therefore needs, again, I would draw the distinction between governance and management. The board is the policy organization, the strategic planning arm, and the administration should be managing to those policies and those goals.
Thank you.
Okay, so now you have 3 minutes for a closing statement. Anything else you would like to tell us?
Well, I won't take 3 minutes, but I will go back. In my opening comments, I indicated to you that there are unique aspects to my candidacy that I think need to be addressed, and one of them is diversity. I'm sure it has not escaped your attention that I am the whitest man in Scott County. And I cannot contribute to the diversity of this board personally and directly. But I also believe and would like to assure you that while one can't always contribute to diversity just based on the circumstances at hand, one can commit to diversity. And those of you who know me even a little bit know that I have been supportive of communities of color in this community literally for decades now. And I believe that I can advance the importance of social justice and racial equality, which are, consuming me right now, as they are the entire nation, I'm sure. And I can commit to that. By happy coincidence, I did get an email earlier this week telling me that I am the heir to the Nigerian throne. So it could well be that I am, in fact, have some African ancestry. But unless I give my bank account information to this man in France, I won't know for sure. But there's a possibility. So I just let you know that. What other questions or concerns could I talk to you about? Let me just say, again, I talked about why now. Well, timing and timing and timing. And I'll close on this note. Our American democracy, I believe, is based on quality public education. I don't believe we'd be the country we are without our historic commitment to quality public education. I see that under threat these days of social media, post-impressionism logic. We need to recommit to generating students that are capable of critical thinking in order to ensure that our republic is what it needs to be in another 250 years from now. And I don't think I'm being over dramatic when I say that. So I thank you for allowing me to come. And if you believe I could contribute, I promise to do so sincerely and stridently.
Thank you very much, Ken.
You bet, Bruce.
We appreciate you being here.
You bet. My pleasure.
If you want to eavesdrop online, we'll be making our decision later this evening.
Yeah, sadly, I am still without internet access from the big derecho. We only got our power back on Sunday, and we still don't have any of our adjacent services. So life is tough at the Crokin household.
Well, thank you, Ken, very much.
You bet. Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
You bet. Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Feel free to take the water bottle with you as well.
Oh, look at that.
Our parting
It's a
gift.
parting gift. How nice. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Good luck in your deliberations.
Thank you. Okay. Oh, we started a couple minutes ahead of time, I think.
Hi everyone, how's it going?
Hello.
Good, how about yourself?
You can take that off.
I can take it off?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure.
This is Maisha Brown.
Misha.
Misha Brown.
Yes.
Thank you very much for coming this evening
Thank you for
and for
having me.
applying for the position. Our procedure this evening is that you will have 2 minutes to give some opening comments,
Okay.
opening remarks, and the board will ask some questions, and then you'll have 3 minutes to do some closing remarks and wrap up, okay?
Okay.
And Director Beck is our timekeeper.
I'll let you know
So
when you have a
she
minute
has
left.
she has little sheets, okay? So whenever you're ready to begin, please do so.
Okay. First, I want to thank you all for allowing me this opportunity to interview for this position. It's very important to me. I'll start off by letting you all know that my name is Misha Brown, if you have not read my letter. I'm a 26-year-old African-American woman, and I was raised here in Davenport, Iowa. I recently graduated with a master's from Western Illinois University in sociology. So I told you that I was raised here in Davenport, Iowa. Well, I also want to let you know that I'm the oldest of 8 children, and I was raised by a single mother. Now, if you understand statistics, you know that I wasn't supposed to make it this far. But I'm here to let you know today that I am here, and I am humbled to be in front of you, and to let you know that I am here not only because of my passion, but also my genuine love for the Davenport Community School District. Thank you.
Okay. What prompted you to apply to fill this board vacancy?
What prompted me, I would say a couple of things. So my experience and also my passion. I'll speak on my experience first. I told you that I grew up here. I was raised in Davenport, Iowa. I was lucky enough to attend Madison Elementary. I went to Wood Intermediate School, and I graduated from Central High School. I also have 7 other brothers and sisters who attended who was a part of this school district, and I also currently have two brothers and sisters who are currently in school here. Being a witness to how families and communities are impacted by the decisions that are being made when it comes to the Davenport Community School District, it's very eye-opening, and I get to witness it and see it firsthand anytime a decision is being made, especially with everything that's going on right now. I will say that my time growing up and attending the schools that I went to, it was nothing short of amazing. I had the best experience, and my brothers and sisters had the best experience as well. I do want to say that there was at least 1 or 2 faculty and staff members who made a positive impact on me as I was coming through the school system, and that is what led me to where I am today, how I was able to come from a home where there were 8 children, and there was a single woman raising all 8 children, living in poverty, and just able to be this successful today and come this far. My second one, my second experience I want to elaborate on is my previous job, leaving the university that I attended. I worked as a graduate assistant in the Multicultural Center. So I had the opportunity of advising 3 student organizations. I also worked as an ambassador for the school. So I did get to see a lot happen on the administrative side, specifically with advising 3 student organizations, having to deal with the consequences of enrollment being down every year with the university. We faced a lot of budget cuts. There were a lot of different policies having to be implemented. There were a lot of different changes, and I had to be the advisor to basically figure out what are we going to do with these student organizations? How are we going to accommodate them? How are we going to accommodate the communities that are being impacted by these decisions that are being made? So that experience is what allowed me to, or what prompted me to apply. And also, I mentioned in the beginning, my passion. I absolutely love Davenport. This is where I kind of created myself. This also is my home. This is still home to my family. I'm passionate about giving back to the very same community that poured into me and got me to where I am today.
What is the one main goal or objective that you would like to see the board accomplish, and why?
Let's see. I would like to see the board accomplish focusing on, or making sure that the quality of education does not diminish during this pandemic. So what does that look like? You know, putting themselves in the shoes of the community, everyone who's being impacted, the teachers, their families, parents, students, just making sure that we keep those things in mind as decisions are continued to be made. You know, planning is continuing to be implemented. I just really want the board to really put themselves in the community's shoes and kind of just tackle the current circumstances that we are in today.
What do you see as the opportunities and challenges in our district?
Right now, I think it's very obvious that our biggest challenge is probably going to be navigating through this pandemic. The dynamics of the classroom is changing. The dynamic of the household is changing. Everything is changing with enrollment projected to drop by 600 students in the year of 2023. I'm sure that no one had in mind that, we have to take into account that an entire pandemic happened in the middle of that as well. So what is that going to look like, you know, for the school district? And I think that really navigating through the pandemic, and also the things that you all were navigating through before the pandemic happened, is something that's probably going to be challenging right now.
What is your perspective on the financial status of the district?
My perspective on the financial status of this district, I know that in 2018, there was a 5-year budget reduction and sustainability plan that was created. And I am going to refer back to our circumstances now today. I'm sure no one had in mind that, a pandemic is going to happen. No one was thinking that when they created that budget. So my perspective is that budget is probably going to have to be revisited, you know, sometime soon, sometime later. But my perspective is it could very well be revisited during this crisis and during this pandemic right now.
With 3 to 4 meetings a month, all school boards are limited in what they can do. How does or should the board decide what's most important?
I think that the board should decide what is most important by keeping the community in their minds. So keeping in mind that the communities that this district is serving, the demographics that goes along with this community, how are these people being impacted? When things are happening like a pandemic, popped up. When it came down to making decisions, were the community the priority on the list, you know, and working together as a team. So just really keeping the community and the people that this district is committed to serving first, and keeping their needs first, and making sure that we are upholding the goals and the objectives that this district has set out forth to serve for the community, just making sure that we're sticking to those goals and objectives. And that's how the board should decide what's mostly important and prioritize based on the community that we're serving, their needs.
Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Now you have more than 3 minutes, but you have a few minutes for closing statements to tell us anything that you think we should know or you haven't told us yet.
Okay. I think I pretty much told you everything that I know. I do want to say thank you again for allowing me to interview for this position. I'm excited about this. It's truly an honor to attempt to give back to this community. I do believe that this community deserves a role model. They deserve a leader who's compassionate, who is committed and dedicated to making sure they are being served the way that they need to be served. And I'm confident that I can be a great asset to this board. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If we get home, if you want to log online, because we will be making our decision this evening.
Okay.
Okay?
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thanks, Miss.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming tonight.
Thank you. Have a great night.
You can
You
take
too.
the water
Thank
bottle.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can we take a 5-minute break? Can I go down the hallway?
Everything's on a delay.
I know.
It's very, at times it's unnerving.
Everybody's had 15 minutes.
Yeah, but have they all used it?
No one's gone over. He didn't go over.
What if a lot of them are under?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody's been way under. That's okay. Oh, I didn't even notice.
Listen to our show on it.
I got. Thank you, though.
All I know is last time, we didn't have this much time in between at all. People used every single minute.
These people were getting 2-sentence answers.
I know. Boom, boom, boom. I mean, it was like we were like, ooh.
They didn't. No, we could take a nap.
I was surprised that Jenner didn't last very long.
Who?
Jenner Keeson.
Yeah. Yeah.
She wake up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she ran the last time.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know.
5 or 6. Not this many. Everybody wants to get here. I'm gonna go to work when I leave here.
Hmm?
I'm gonna go to work when I leave here.
Yeah. Need to have Bill oil up these chairs.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be switching chairs with you then.
I don't think I remember the nutrition. I guess it was from someone. I'm trying to remember when I was here and switch seats. It's been so long since we've been here.
Live. Oh, yeah. I'll be surprised.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Like musical chairs and go all over the place.
I'm tired. Thank you. I hadn't even went that far.
Jackie, show up early. Come on, get here early. Hey, the ISB convention, that's all virtual, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. Just too bad. That was,
I like going
that
up
was,
there.
yeah,
talking
that was
to
a nice
people.
deal. Hang out a little bit.
Right.
It was nice.
Plus you get to talk to other people from other areas.
Mhm.
So are they gonna do the UEN thing virtual too?
Oh, I would assume the same people basically run both operations.
I haven't heard nothing through our steering committee.
We're doing that UEM thing virtually. Could we meet at a steakhouse and have a really good dinner while we're watching it?
I think that would be a swell idea.
I know, because that was an awesome meal.
Yeah.
Somebody have the mic on?
No, no. No?
I would suggest you get here maybe, what, 8:20? 8:20?
Yeah.
At 8:20.
Oh, Jamie said he's doing his car now.
He's here now?
I will text him, I'll tell him to,
Oh.
I'll text him when to come out.
Where is he?
In his car.
Oh. Perfect.
Is anybody out there? Oh, she is.
She's out there.
Being mean.
That's a fancy cookie. That's a fancy cookie.
Just some more cookies.
Oh. Hi, Lori.
Hello.
We'll wait till you're done.
Lori, thank you very much for coming in this evening and for applying for the position. The procedure we're going to follow.
Thank you.
The procedure we're going to follow is that you'll have about 2 minutes to give us some opening remarks and comments. Then there'll be some questions from the board. Then you'll have 3 minutes to do some closing remarks and wrap up.
Sure.
Okay. You may start whenever. Oh, and Director Beck is timekeeper.
Thank you.
And you may start whenever you wish.
All right. I doubt this will take 2 minutes. It seems so loud. As I have shared with you guys, I am a parent and community member here in Davenport Schools. 4 children, all girls. Oldest graduated from West in 2017. She's studying now to be a nurse at Iowa. 3 others left. I have a senior at West, a sophomore in the dual enrollment program at North, and a 6th grader at Walcott. So, and they really run the gamut of what is going on here in Davenport Schools. We are heavily involved in the arts with band and choir, show choir and honors band and all of that. Multiple sports that they are in. And then our youngest does have the additional educational services. So we kind of have our finger in just about everything that goes on within the school district, which is great. It's a great school district. So I am also, my daytime job is I'm a federal employee. I work for the Iowa City Department of VA. I deal a lot, well actually that is my whole day, is dealing with government contracts. I set up care, don't deal quite hand in hand with the veterans, but if you have a veteran that's receiving care outside of the VA, I am part of that contract. I'm setting it up. I do all that. So I have a very good understanding of the idea and the importance of tax dollars and how you spend them. So I also am a steward for my union. Thank you. AFGE, I'm the chair of Scott County's Disability Caucus for the Scott County Democrats, founding member of district-wide Davenport, which all of you know, love us or hate us. And then I am a representative for Davenport families for the Special Education Advisory Panel for the Department of Education here in Iowa. So I meet once a month with Dr. Guy, Thomas Mays, all of them, and discuss what's going on, special ed wise. So.
Perfect. What prompted you to apply to fill this board vacancy?
Well, as many of you know, I did run in November of 2019. Lost, but that's okay. The, the losing did not diminish my want to be a part of the reconstruction, basically, of Davenport schools. Didn't change that at all. I'm still active within the community outside of that, but that was really the driving force, is that Davenport schools is really on the cusp of greatness. I mean, we'll get there. We're working towards it, but that is the drive. And I think that many times with the schools, we have seen the same ideas, and I just thought that I would be able to bring different ideas, stronger ideas to the table. So that was really my drive behind that.
What is the one main goal or objective that you would like to see the board accomplish and why?
Oh, that's an easy one. For the board, my main goal would be the citations and the financial responsibilities. Davenport Schools is on the clock, as I'm sure you're all aware. So that is the driving force. And while the board does not really have a lot to do with the implementation as far as like the corrections being made, the board is the taskmaster, though. They are the ones that are asking the questions, making sure that the guidelines are being met, and that it's not just a checkbox system, that you should be asking to ensure that the bare minimum guidelines that the state has put in place is not only being met, but we should be striving for more than that for our students, for our staff. So that is really what I see as the main goal objection, that we have to do it. It isn't just a wish list, it's a must.
Thank you.
What do you see as the opportunities and challenges in our district?
Absolutely. I actually kind of view things a little differently. I think challenges are opportunities. So I would like to rather start off by saying in the last school year what I've seen that was really great, because I think with anything when you're dealing with criticisms, and that's unfortunately kind of an opportunity there as well, that you should be also addressing what you see as good. So in the last year, and I will only focus on the last year since we've had the change of administration and Dr. K is now our superintendent, what I've seen that's really good is I actually really like his videos. From March going forward, it has been very tumultuous. I don't have to tell you that. You have children in the district as well, Dan. And his videos are calming to the best of the ability of a very chaotic situation. Everyone that I speak to, and I speak to a lot of parents, find his videos to be good. I mean, so that is a wonderful addition. The other addition is the Purposity app that just came out. That's phenomenal. My family, we are heavily involved in West, 2 older children in West, and we do a lot with giving to the school. Like there's a huge Christmas party for some of the children there. We give a lot to that. So we are very, not as tied into North at this moment, but deeply tied into West with this. And this app, phenomenal, because there are families that are like mine, probably like yours as well, that are blessed and have the ability to give back. And that's our responsibility as community members, in my opinion anyway, that if you have that ability, you should be giving back. And this app will make it so much easier versus electronic backpacks and limited information going out from the schools. This will be phenomenal. So these are all fantastic, wonderful things that I am super excited to see in Davenport schools. As far as opportunities, there's 4 that I really highlighted. The first one is really right back to the citations. We're on a clock, and I'm sure you guys are all aware of that from being at the state board meetings. I've attended them as well and was at the last one in August listening in. It's going to take a Herculean lift by the school district as a whole, 100% buy-in from everybody, from the board down the line to meet these citations, the 19 citations that are left. And it will. It's huge. And I don't think many people quite understand the timeline that we're on here. I mean, we have a year. And in that year's time, if we slip up, it isn't just the state forcing Davenport to pay to have whatever expert is needed to help. We're on the verge of losing accreditation, and in a much bigger scope if you have not looked at it. And nobody enjoys talking about special ed, and I will try not to drone on, but here's where the bigger picture is that if we don't meet this, the state of Iowa is kind of on the hook for Davenport. So currently right now, from the Department of Education, the federal Department of Education, the state of Iowa has been on the list. This is the second year in a row with not meeting the guidelines of IDEA. So what happens in that case is when you hit the third year mark, third and beyond, is where the federal government can come in. And what they would do coming into the state, actually what they could even do with the second one, but the state hasn't taken them up on it, and neither has Davenport for that matter. They would come in and offer technical support and really kind of take a look and see what the failure is. So at the third year with the feds coming in, if that's what they choose, and it's quite possible, especially if there's a change in administration, which there would be could be in this span of time, the feds could come in and they would basically do what the state did to Davenport. They would come in and audit, except for the whole state. And the repercussions can be everything from a reduction in aid, the money that's received, to paying back. I mean, the best example I can give of that is Texas, if you followed anything what happened in Texas. So it isn't just Davenport, which is huge enough. The idea of losing accreditation and losing our schools, that's huge and heartbreaking enough. It's also the whole state. So that is really the first one that, I mean, I just see this as a Herculean lift, and we have a year to do it. So anyway, second one would be focused on the board. It's your data. Are any of you familiar with the MODIT process in the local community with activism, anything like that? Okay, so with MODIT, they take you and you're supposed to like have these one-on-ones and figure out what the other person's interested in, and that's how you pull them in to like root for your cause. Well, what they never told you in MODIT was that sometimes you have to take an unpopular stance. And the school board, the board in general, you guys have been nailed several times by the state for making decisions without data. And it's rough being a person from Davenport hearing this, because I've witnessed it. And it's not that there hasn't been fantastic questions, because I can think of specific board meetings where Director Beck asked some awesome questions and there was no answer. It's the point that no one is taking that unpopular stance to hold an administration accountable to give you the answers before a vote. You guys move forward and you vote without the information, and it makes us look foolish on the state level. It does. So that is definitely an opportunity for improvement. Third one, near and dear to my heart, it's also citation is literacy. We have the bones, we have good bones of methodology within the school district between Orton Gilliam and the 95% contract that we have. These are all fantastic things. We need to be better about it. We also really need to look at within the Iowa codes, there's chapter 62 underneath the education codes that is literacy, the importance of struggling readers. With that, there's a chapter 62 in there that kind of breaks down if you have a struggling reader, what the state says the school districts can do. Right now, Davenport's stance on that, and there's a multitude, by the way. It's a beautiful piece of legislation, and it goes on to the schools can do everything from reading programs, tutoring, summer school for these students, all of these things. And Davenport Schools interprets the law as you parents sign a contract that you'll read more to your kids and your kid gets more Lexia time. Well, that's not direct instruction. That's not going to help these kids. And if we don't turn around literacy, it's currently impacting the entire community. We have to change that. And then fourth and final, it is the citation again, the family and community engagement, that 80% mark. That is something that has to be done, and unfortunately it's going to lead to some uncomfortable conversations, because there are families that are impacted by the audits, by the trauma, by failed bullying policies, et cetera. And so you have to have these uncomfortable conversations, and it's hard, but we have to be brave enough to do that. And that's where I see another opportunity for us to really shine and grow. So those are what I see as
challenges.
What is your perspective on the financial status of the district?
Ooh, okay. So I was in the January SBRC meeting where the 9 million was forgiven, and that was a huge leap. And I actually talked to quite a few of those board members afterwards. My companion I was with who was opposed to it, I was really hoping that the money would be forgiven because I didn't see how the school district could do it, quite honestly. So having that off your back is huge, but it still leaves us with money that we have to pay back, which was part of the information that was sent back to them. We were cutting about 5 million to also kind of pay off the remaining balance. So with that, I see we're in a better spot, but we're still kind of we're still in the hot seat because we have to also move forward and show that we are going to adhere to these policies, these laws. We are going to operate our school district within a reasonable ability when it comes to money. We do have the advantage that in March, May, whatever it was, where they passed the SSA and it was going to be 2.30%, which is better than the 1.7 that it had kind of leaned towards, but it's not enough, but it's still better than what we had. So I just think we need to be, we're better than where we were, but we have to be very careful and we can't be wishy-washy. And we have to make strong decisions involving our budget, wise decisions.
With 3 to 4 meetings a month, all school boards are limited in what they can do. How does or should the board decide what is most important?
Well, not to drone on about it, but it's right back to the citations and the money. We have a year. So that has to be precedence. It has to. We have to ensure that we are being the proper taskmaster when it comes to this. We have to ensure that we are holding the administration accountable to this because so much is on the line if we fail.
All right, you have 3 minutes for a closing statement.
I probably will not go the full 3 minutes, but mine is going back to the idea of bravery. I am spoken with so many people today about this interview, and so many people are so convinced that the decision was made before any of these interviews. And I'm not saying I'm one of them, but a lot of families out there that really believe the decision was made and that these interviews are a formality. And so I just kind of want to go back to the idea of being brave. Right now, and I will talk strictly about the school board. The school board has been brought up multiple times in front of the state. And basically the idea is that it's just not brave enough. You're not brave enough to ask for the data and demand it. You're not brave enough to hold an administration accountable. And that's moving forward even into this one because the data issue. So I am asking you and reminding you that as someone who has been pretty consistent about attending your board meetings for the last 3 years, who has followed you to Des Moines multiple times, whether it's SBRC or the State Board of Ed, who has given up work time for that, also given up work time to represent Davenport on a special education advisory panel for the state, that sometimes you have to be brave enough to pick someone who is a little bit more of a critical friend. And that's how I would view my relationship with the school board. I have been very vocal about where I see you get missteps, but sometimes you need someone to, as a good friend that is saying, hey, you're messing up here, instead of someone who's going to turn a blind eye. And honestly, there is no one else on that list that I looked at that can hit the ground running with a year on the time clock to move forward. No one else has done that. And that's just my personal opinion, and I know you guys all have your stances, but beyond that 1 minute left, I will say, school board members, you represent the community, and that's where your loyalty should lie. And when people send you an email, please respond, because I am so tired of hearing from families that say that I've emailed the school board and I get no response. I know that's not a good note to end on, but I thought, since I had your attention, I'd share. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. And we will be making a decision this evening. So if you want to go home and watch online, you can you overdoing.
I shall do. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming tonight.
No problem.
Yeah, I heard that too. Yeah. Yes. She's a smart woman. But she uses her smarts in a different way. And we're not considered a political party. No, but she should. Yeah, because Kalu wanted to go. Did he? He worked for yours? I thought, he worked for yours? I got you. Yeah. And the reason that Crockett could do it was because there's no conflict of interest between the school board and the county. We don't do any business together. That's what Maxwell could say. I didn't
Okay.
I thought it's more than that. They just gave themselves a raise.
The city council's what, 7 or 8,000? Is it really?
How much is theirs?
It's like 15.
Oh,
See, I remember when it was like, the city council was like 7. Maybe the city council was like 5 and the mayor was 7. But that would have been
eons ago.
Duax. Or who was the gal that worked at the bank? That was mayor.
I don't know a female mayor.
She was the,
Must have been prior to 79.
yeah.
I wasn't here.
Oh, okay. Shoot, I can't think of her name.
It popped in your head in the middle when you're like that.
Yeah, it will.
When it does, just blurt it out. We'll know what you.
Oh, she worked at the school board? Yeah. Kirschbaum. Kathy Kirschbaum.
I guess I have heard that name before.
Kirschbaum. The mayor?
Yep. First woman mayor, wasn't she? She was the first woman
Yeah,
mayor in
yeah.
Davenport. Yeah.
I'm tired.
Something like that.
We're gonna have a tough
To
choice.
the bathroom, she was sitting there, and I
We're gonna have a tough
force
choice.
myself to say hello.
I think we've got a lot of good.
I don't know. We'll see. We'll see.
Well, she waiting till her last minute.
She's just gonna come on when she's ready.
Okay.
Unless you got 2 minutes to time anyway.
Yeah, her time is. She gonna wait her 2
Mary,
minutes.
you gonna
out.
tell Joe? He pays attention to it? Oh.
Yeah. Well, she's got a minute anyway.
Hello.
Hey.
Hello.
Good evening.
Yep. And you can take your mask off to talk.
And that is your complimentary water.
Oh, cool, thank you.
Well, Katerina, the procedure we're going to run tonight is you have 2 minutes to make opening remarks or comments. Then the board will ask some questions. And then in the end, you'll have 3 minutes to do a closing remarks and a summary. And Director Beck is the timekeeper, so she'll keep you clued in on time. And you may begin whenever you choose.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for allowing me to be here tonight for this interview. Although I'm saddened why I'm here to fill the vacancy for Director Mayfield, who was a pioneer in civil rights for our area. I am running for school board along the same lines of Clyde and the civil rights. That's what really drives me to continue to run and advocate for the district. I have 4 children. Well, my son graduated at a senior, so I have 3 kids in the district now. I'm in it for the long run, and I want what is right for all of our students, teachers, and staff. And I'm looking forward to having the opportunity to work with each and every one of you.
Okay. What prompted you to apply to fill this board vacancy?
So as I said before, advocating for, it really is civil rights. It's not just a position on a committee, it's quality of life for everyone in this district. What happens with the school district impacts everyone, whether they have kids in the district or not, whether they own their house and they pay taxes or what have you. If you live here in Davenport and beyond, everything that happens in the district has an impact. And again, I wanted to, although some of my opinions and stances may be a little out there, I think sometimes that's what we are lacking, is that mindfulness of kind of bringing us back around from the conditional accreditation.
What is the one main goal or objective that you would like to see the board accomplish, and why?
So I think with this is that ability to be able to actually accept what has happened so that we can move forward instead of blaming on paperwork and blaming on disruptive students. There's some real things that have happened, and there's, of course, generational trauma that's just going to continue to happen until we actually address what is going on instead of reacting and taking blame. It is really hard. I mean, I'm sure as parents, when you've done something, you know, as with your children, you apologize and you make it right. You do what's better. When you know what's better, you do better, whatever that's saying. When you know better, you do better. And I think that having the state come down and kind of give these reprimands, it's hard. It's really hard as a district to hear what they're telling you or what parents are telling you when there's thousands and thousands of them. It's not just a little group of parents. It's essentially a huge percentage of our students. It's not just the students, it's the teachers that have also been impacted too. And these kids keep coming into the same classroom or into the same building, and nothing's different, nothing's changed, nothing's been addressed. And it needs to happen not just with the Title I schools, but in general. Or we're gonna keep coming back to where this is gonna keep happening. And one of the board meetings I've been in, they said that this has happened before, we'll just work through it. Let's not work through it, let's actually do the work and address what has happened with those families and with those kids to make it better, to make it right.
What do you see as opportunities and challenges in our district?
I feel like that was what I've just spoke about was almost aligns, I think, with that, is that we have the opportunity to do better, to, instead of saying we need better better marketing, which we do, but we can't market out the actual systemic issues that we have. So I think that is a huge area where, you know, we see this, it's raw, it's real, it's impacting families, it's impacting the classroom, it's impacting teachers and staff. We can see that, and we can actually, that's a huge opportunity to work on. And again, I know it's hard, and when you hear it, it's like, oh, they're talking, you know, like, they don't like us. You know, I know that, you know, coming to some of the school board meetings and being vocal about some of the issues that, you know, why do they always talk negative is what they say. Well, it's, unfortunately, that is our life, not just the students, but our teachers are dealing with it too. So there's real work that needs to be done. So I think that's a huge area for us to have an opportunity on, so to start working on those. And I think it is a challenge that we continue with the same status quo. As I see some of the people that are interviewing, Ken Crooken, or however you pronounce his name, Scott County Board Supervisor, who was also part of Take Communications, that's the same status quo. Jamie Snyder, who was also here. I'm sorry, am I allowed to say that? Am I allowed to say, I'm sorry? So I
Probably not.
apologize, I'm sorry. So maybe I shouldn't do that. So some of these people who have been previous board members or have conflict of interest, who may be a spouse of someone who is already, that's the same status quo. We have to break away from that status quo. Or we're gonna continue, we're gonna be here in conditional accreditation, possibly no accreditation. 10 years from now, 5 years, 2 years down the road, we're just gonna history is just gonna keep repeating itself over and over and over again if we stay with the same status quo.
What is your perspective on the financial status of the district?
Well, I feel like that is a really hard question, because I'm sure as you guys are dealing with that, 9 million was dismissed, correct? And then another 2 point something million still has to be made up, I believe. It's not a good situation by any means. Layoffs that have happened prior to COVID. So what's happening now because of COVID and the hybrid schedule, and how many teachers are already gone because they have underlying issues. So I'm sure that adds to it too. So my perspective on it is, it's not good. I mean, it's a lot of hard decisions I'm sure have already been made and still have to be made because of what still has to be made up, and because of the impacts of COVID. So there's going to be trickling down even after that money is made up because of what's going on in the economy and with COVID.
With 3 to 4 meetings a month, all school boards are limited in what they can do. How does or should the board decide what is most important?
I think that is kind of where that independent research should come into play, is that I know that you take for face value the information that's given to you is sometimes not always correct. So I think going and doing your independent research, finding what code of Iowa under, section, what have you. Sometimes when these decisions are made, you may only have those school board meetings a month, but the work you do outside of that is going to make a huge impact. You can't come in to a meeting not doing any research or doing any background and expect to have good results. You're going to have to do outside research on your own time. So to how they decide what's important, initially everything that you do is important. So again, I think having that independent research and doing your own info, fact finding, and also consulting within as well would help with, obviously help with that.
Thank you. So you have some time for closing remarks. A little over, you have more than 3 minutes. So let us know what you still would like us to hear, or if there's anything else that you want to tell us.
I would just like to say that regardless of where I sit, whether I'm alongside or whether I'm out in the public, I'm an ally. So regardless of some issues that I may have had or comments that have been made, I am an ally, and I want you guys to know that regardless of any, again, past instances, I am still rooting for every teacher, student, and staff, mine included, for what's right for them. Not just for some of them, but for every single one of them, regardless of socioeconomic, disciplinary backgrounds, what have you. Each and every one of them matters. That is, and again, thank you for allowing me to be here.
Thank you very much, Katrina. And when you get home, if you want to watch online, because we'll be making our decisions this evening.
Oh,
okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a nice night.
Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Take this.
Yes.
here. Nothing's on Nancy.
I don't think they can talk about the other candidates.
Each one of these has 6 in it for you all to vote. I gave you 4 sets. I think that's probably gonna be good.
Okay.
Okay. So that would be 4. You hand it out one to everybody and then they vote.
This is where they'll put their 2 names on? Or is this the final vote?
This is the final vote.
Gotcha.
So did you want something for the 2 names? Were you gonna ask them to write that down?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
Get all these.
Let me go get him and then I'll just, so you just want to say, write down your choices.
Yeah, that's what, I mean, yeah, it doesn't have to be,
I'll bring him in and then
yeah.
It might happen to run around my house and check my mail. Otherwise, I'll leave it in the morning. Walking, got the joke. I was sitting one day last week. Yeah.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Hello.
Good evening, Jamie. Thank you for applying and being here.
Well, thank you
The
for the
procedure we're
opportunity.
going to be using this evening is you'll have 2 minutes to give some opening remarks.
Okay.
Then the board will ask some questions. Then you'll have 3 minutes to give some closing remarks and wrap up.
Okay.
And Director Beck is our timekeeper.
Okay.
Okay, and you may begin whenever you're ready.
All right. Well, first, I want to thank you for allowing everybody who's interested to come out tonight and interview with you guys and talk. I think it's extremely unfortunate the reason we're here. And as I said in my letter, I want to start by expressing my condolences to you all for losing Director Mayfield, who in his own right is one of the most outstanding community leaders I've ever met. Whether it was his mentoring in schools, his coaching, his just active community involvement, he's going to be missed. And whoever sits in his seat has got some pretty big shoes to fill. Again, my name's Jamie Snyder. I'm a graduate of the district. I graduated from Central a few years ago. My wife is a graduate of West High School, and I was able to put that aside and marry her anyway. My daughter graduated from North High School in 2013, so we've kind of covered the district. My daughter is now a teacher within the district. She's a 4th-year science teacher at Wood. My daughter also coaches, and I sometimes help her with that. I've just had an active role with students and with the district for a number of years. I was on the board from 2013 through 2017. No, yes, 2013 to 2017. Due to my change in my job with the company I'm with, I was doing more traveling and it just didn't fit. Now, because of this whole COVID experience that the world is feeling, we've found better alternatives to doing things, and I'm no longer traveling, and I want to get back involved. I was going to be running in the fall for a board seat, and unfortunately, this opportunity arose.
Very good.
Okay. What prompted you to apply for this board vacancy?
Well, as I said earlier, I was going to be running again in the fall. I miss actively advocating for our students, for our teachers, for our administrators, for our community as a whole. I mean, our community is based on our education system. We have one chance, one opportunity to provide our kids with the absolute best education that we can give them. And it takes everybody involved. It takes parents, it takes family members, it takes churches, it takes friends, it takes everybody involved. And while being on the board can be discouraging, it can be thankless, it can be frustrating, it is also, without doubt, the most rewarding thing I've ever done in my life.
What is the one main goal or objective that you would like to see the board accomplish and why?
I think the one main goal that not only would I like to see the board achieve, but as a board and as a district, we must achieve. We have to take a bite out of the achievement gap. This gap, or that achievement gap, has been plaguing this district for years. It's been plaguing the nation for years. We have to find a way to reach all students. And right now I have huge concerns with the way COVID is forcing us to teach our kids, and I'm worried that it's going to make that achievement gap even wider. You don't have the opportunities for those teachers to make a difference in these kids' lives when they're not seated in front of them every day. We have some challenges ahead of us as a nation, and I'm extremely worried.
What do you see as the opportunities and challenges in our district?
Oh, I could sit here and talk all night on the opportunities. I mean, Davenport School District has so many things to offer. I mean, the words are written right behind you: academics, arts, athletics. We've got a world-renowned, a few years ago, world-ranked robotics program. We've got 4 outstanding high schools. We excel in the arts. We've got a dual enrollment program where not only can the kids graduate with their diploma, but they can graduate with a 2-year associate's degree. Outstanding industrial arts programs, welding programs. We have so many things to offer. Culinary arts, you name it. I mean, we have that opportunities for our kids to experience, I mean, a world-class education. As far as the challenges, again, it's back to that achievement gap. It's back to, it can be difficult enough with the quality of teachers that we have in the district, and Davenport has some outstanding teachers, to get those kids fully engaged in that classroom. And now to have to be able to get them engaged and get their parents engaged as well, because a lot of times the child's education really depends on their parents getting engaged with them and giving them that push. I think that's going to be a big challenge. I think keeping them motivated, keeping them engaged, keeping them excited about their learning, as well as budget issues that have been plaguing us for years, declining enrollment, since we are basically, our spending is based on our population and we have declining enrollment. That makes it tough. A big plus was last year when they provided extra SSA. Well, they call it supplemental state aid now. I'm still not a big fan of that term because it makes it sound like money over and above what a district needs to survive, when in actuality, that's just money that used to be called allowable growth, which does nothing more than purely help keep up with an inflation, and it hasn't done that. And it really puts districts behind the 8 ball.
What is your perspective on the financial status of the district?
About the same as what it's been. Luckily, they forgave some money that helps us get back on top. But for years, we've had trouble making those stern commitments to take those deep budget cuts. We don't want to take anything away. Not every decision is going to be popular. There has to be cuts. The district is a big business. Most people don't know that we operate on a larger fiscal budget than the city of Davenport does. At last, I believe it was around 210, 220 million, somewhere in that vicinity. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. But when your students, the number of students you have enrolled dictates how much you're allowed to spend, it doesn't matter how much money you have. You can't spend more than that amount. And that's where knowing school finance, knowing the ins and outs, what a board member can do, I think I can really step up for this last year and hit the ground running and get to work with you guys.
With 3 to 4 meetings a month, all school boards are limited in what they can do. How does or should the board decide what's most important?
I think, again, it's keeping in mind why we're here. It's student achievement. What can we do to arm our teachers, to arm our administrators, to arm our children with the education that they need? What can we do as board members through either policy or finance, because those are the two roles that board members play? We don't get involved with day-to-day activities. We're not managers. We're not hirers or firers. We're not curriculum setters. What can we do as board members to absolutely position the district to be able to provide that education to our students that they're going to need to be successful for the rest of their lives? I think those decisions basically are, as in business, where are we going to get the biggest bang for our buck? And that is, how can we most effectively impact student achievement?
Okay. You have actually just a little over 3 minutes to tell us anything else you would like us to know, summarize whatever closing statement you want to make.
Okay. Like I said, I was a board member from 2013 to 2017, so I do have a good understanding of school finance, the roles of a board, how things work. We're kind of, as a district, at a disadvantage because obviously I got on board docs this morning and I read the letters, and you've got 12 great people, you know, that threw their name in the hat. And I think that's encouraging. It wasn't that long ago when I first started on the board where we had openings where we had more seats open than we had candidates. And it's really encouraging to see that how much that has turned around. The last few elections, we've had a number of great people. So you guys have a tough decision on your hands tonight. But I really do think that I am the one candidate who, if it was a normal election year, you have things put on by the ISEA where you can go and have new candidate training as far as school finance, as far as you know, policy, as far as different things and the roles and responsibilities of a board member that, you know, and even then, it takes a good 6 months, you know, to a year before you really dig in and feel comfortable what you're doing. And unfortunately, Director Mayfield only had a year left in his term, and it's sad that he wasn't able to fulfill that. So I am hopeful that I can be the person to step in and serve out his last year and then run again. And hopefully a lot of the people that you spoke to tonight run. Because if their interviews were half as good as their letters, you had 12 impressive people in front of you tonight. So again, you guys have been here a long night. You've still got some deliberating to do, so I'm not going to keep you. But I wanted to thank you for your time and for the opportunity just to come talk. And hopefully come Monday, we can work together.
Thank you very much, Jamie. And we will be making our decision this evening, so if you want to run home and watch online, you can.
Thank you all. Have a
Okay.
great night.
Thank you.
Thanks for
Thank
coming
you.
out tonight.
Great, thank you.
That's your complimentary water.
Oh, I'll donate it.
I never had to spend any money on Jamie. He didn't eat or drink anything.
He didn't eat or drink.
No.
Huh.
Do you need
Okay.
anything else?
No, that's what I need. Okay, take a few minutes, please, and review your information. I'm going to hand out a slip of paper to you that in a few minutes I'll be collecting, and Dan and I will tally, where I'm going to ask you to put down your 2 choices. Yeah, yeah. I should say put down no more than 2 choices.
Put down what?
No more than 2
No
choices.
more than 2, okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Nancy. Are we supposed to sign their name on this too?
You know, if you all want to sign your names to it, I don't think it's absolutely necessary.
Okay.
You don't want, I don't think we need their names for the top 2 choices.
What?
We don't need their names on there for the top 2
No,
choices?
I don't
Okay.
think so. No.
Yeah, we don't need it. You will for your vote, though.
Bruce, do you just want us to pass them down, or are you going to pick them up, or do you want us to just pass them down? Pick them up? How do you want us to? Come do it.
Oh, yes,
I'm
these
just,
notes.
these are my notes for myself.
I thought you were writing me a note.
No.
Who knows what, I don't know either.
No, I'm just trying to whittle it down. haven't turned mine in yet.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You're fine.
Okay. This is hard. This is hard.
The two finalists have been selected. It is Jamie Schneider and Charlene Upchurch Taylor. Snyder with 6 votes, Upchurch Taylor with 3. So at this point, we will discuss, if we want, we can discuss the two individuals. We can discuss their qualifications. We can discuss their assets that they would bring to the board. And after that, when we're done with that conversation, we'll move to pass the first resolution to fill the vacancy, and then we'll proceed from there. Anybody wish to have any discussion? Director Beck.
I will speak generally that this is a one-year appointment, and I think it's important that we have somebody who can jump right in. Well, it's a little over a year, but I think it's important that we have somebody who can jump right in and work on the things that we're working on right now. That being said, diversity is really important to me. So I want to make sure that we choose someone who represents all of the students in our district, no matter who they are. So I'll start off with that.
Thank you. Okay. Oh, Director Hayes?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. May I have a motion?
I make a motion that the board select a candidate to fill the remaining term of Director Clyde Mayfield.
Is there a second?
Second.
Director Beck seconds. Any discussion on the motion?
I move my point from before to now.
What? There being no discussion, we'll move to the vote. Director Hayes?
Yes.
Director Beck?
Yes.
Director Postian?
Yes.
Director Gosa?
Yes.
Director Klein Jerome?
Yes.
And my vote is yes, the motion carries. We will now proceed to vote. You will cast your vote for either Mr. Snyder or Mrs. Upchurch Taylor.
Thank you.
There's nothing to tell me so far as just want to make it interesting. I will now announce the tally. Votes. Director Beck, Snyder. Director Hayes, Charlene Upchurch. Director Gosa, Jamie Snyder. Director Postian, Jamie Snyder. Director Klein Jerome, Jamie Snyder. And my vote is for Jamie Snyder. Jamie Snyder has won 5-1. Chair will entertain a motion, please.
Mr. President,
Director Hayes,
I move to appoint Jamie Snyder to fill the remaining term of Director Clyde Mayfield, which expires November of 2021.
is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Director Gosa. Any discussion? Director Gosa?
I just want to acknowledge that, I mean, these are going to be really big shoes to fill, and we did have 12 great candidates tonight that brought a lot of different perspectives to the board during this whole interview process. I just wanted to acknowledge that we had 12 great candidates. I do hope they run again in the fall. And again, these are going to be huge shoes to fill, fulfilling Director Mayfield's term.
Director Beck?
I also would like to acknowledge this was a really tough decision because we had a lot of really amazing people step forward, and that's encouraging. And I would like to see all of these people continue to participate in the Davenport Community School District.
Director Hayes?
And with all the candidates that were not selected, I would like to encourage each of you to run again during the next election because everyone was terrific and it was a hard choice.
Director Postian?
Yeah, again, I'd like to thank all the candidates that were here, and again, to continue to be active and participate. That's what we need from the community, and we need your voices.
Any more discussion? Move to the vote. Director Hayes?
Yes.
Director Gosa?
Yes.
Director Beck?
Yes.
Director Postian?
Yes.
Director Klein Jerome?
Yes.
And my vote is yes. The motion carries. We have a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All those in favor say aye.
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 This meeting is adjourned.